Chapter 1190. Bang! The bamboo house rumbled and collapsed. Yi Xian was naturally still alive. He'd retreated 300 m away. And there was a woman standing not too far away from him. The woman wore a red dress. Her lips were red as if they'd been stained with blood. And she carried a large saber on her shoulder. At this moment, she was sizing up Yi Xian with a curious gaze. Yi Xian's heart shook when he saw the woman. She was probably that woman from the immortal Banish Island who wielded a saber. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Who are you?" Yi Xian gazed at her. "I've never heard of you. Why are you at the wine bamboo house?" The woman frowned slightly. "I've never heard of you. Why are you at the wine bamboo house?" Yi Xian was about to speak when the woman suddenly said, "Forget it. That isn't important." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly swung her saber. Hiss! The space in front of Yi Xian split apart. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block it. Bang! In an instant, he retreated explosively for over 10 kilometers, and he'd retreated to the surface of the ocean. A deep ravine had appeared on the surface of the ocean before him, and the ocean water had split apart and shot up over 1 kilometer into the air. Yi Xian had a solemn expression on his face. "She's really strong. My body will definitely be unable to endure it if she slashes me with her saber. Looks like I have to strengthen my body as well." A trace of surprise flashed through the woman's eyes. "You're still alive?" Yi Xian was speechless. The woman grinned. "One more time." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew her saber and slashed. Hiss! This slash caused the space in front of Yi Xian and the woman to be obliterated inch by inch. It seemed like it could split the world apart, and it was extremely shocking. A trace of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He took a step forward, and 3 domains appeared at the same time. Sword domain, death domain, and blood domain. As soon as the 3 domains appeared, Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, the saber slashed directly into his 3 domains, causing Yi Xian to spit out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body roiled as if it was about to explode. Yi Xian couldn't care less. He took a step forward and slashed forward with the executing heaven sword in both hands. At this moment, he'd relied on 3 types of sword domains. Boom! As soon as Yi Xian's sword fell, a powerful force suddenly broke out in his 3 territories. Yi Xian was sent flying backward. He flew hundreds of feet away. When he had stopped, his body was torn apart. The space around him even turned illusory. Then it was annihilated. However, he blocked it. In the distance, the woman sized up Yi Xian. He blocked it again. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward, and then she swung her saber. This time it was very calm. It was like a gust of warm wind that blew through the surroundings, and it didn't cause any fluctuations of energy. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He knew that even his 3 domains wouldn't be able to block it this time. Am I going to die here? If I die here, then what about Yi Ling? What about Amu? What about Enlanxiu and the others? What about Wenxiu? And the woman in a plain dress? I promised to go look for her. I can't die here. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, and his strong will to live made him draw his sword and stab forward. A sword strike of 10,000 thoughts. As soon as he stabbed forward, the executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand instantly turned illusory. Meanwhile, the saber arrived before him. The sword and saber were very calm. Most importantly, the saber had stopped, and Yi Xian hadn't retreated. His sword had blocked the woman's attack. The woman gazed at Yi Xian from afar. Sword perception. As she spoke, she was about to attack again. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Audiobook. Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. "You've comprehended sword perception?" Yi Xian blinked. "I didn't know." He was also a little confused about the sword strike he had just executed. Looking at Yi Xian, Zhou's expression became a little odd. Before this, she was sure that Yi Xian didn't know sword perception. But after she had left for a while, this guy had actually comprehended sword perception? What the hell? Audiobook took out her wine gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls. She felt extremely unbalanced. Back then, she had spent a lot of effort to comprehend sword perception. But this guy had comprehended it just like that. He was crazy. Ajio glanced at Yi Xian. Want to spar? At this moment, she wanted to beat someone up. Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. No. He had already sensed the hostility from the woman in front of him. At this moment, the woman in the distance suddenly said, Ajio, who is he? Ajio turned to look at the woman. Junior brother. The woman frowned. Junior brother? Ajio, did you drink too much fake wine? Your master has been dead for a few **king years. Where did you get your junior brother? Ajio said indifferently. He's also your junior brother. The woman shook her head. I told you to quit drinking long ago, but you refused to listen. Now great. You've drunk so much that your brain has gone haywire. Ajio looked at Yi Xian. Show her the sword. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before taking out the sword. When she saw the sword, the woman was instantly stunned. In the next moment, she directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. He was secretly vigilant and prepared to attack at any time. The woman looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and frowned. Why do you have the ancestral master's sword? Ajio said, he's the ancestral master's disciple. The woman looked at Ajio. He said that. Ajio nodded. The woman sized up Ajio. Which era was the ancestral master from? Which era was he from? You actually believe that he's the ancestral master's disciple? Ajio hesitated for a moment before saying, he's very honest. He wouldn't lie. As she spoke, she even looked at Yi Xian. Right. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman shook her head. You really drank too much fake wine. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Tell me honestly, where did you get this sword from? Yi Xian said indifferently. This sword has a spirit too. You can ask her yourself. The woman was about to speak when the sword suddenly trembled violently and flew in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the woman without saying a word. At that moment, the woman fell silent. Ajio hurriedly said, he's the ancestral master's disciple. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Is that so? Yi Xian said indifferently. If you believe me, I'll believe whatever I say. If you don't, it's useless no matter what I say, isn't it? The woman stared at Yi Xian without saying a word. Ajio said, he helped us heal the spirit. The woman said indifferently, Ajio, don't blame me for not warning you. This kid has a lot of karma. If you acknowledge him, you'll be swept into the vortex. Ajio frowned slightly. Situ, how can you do that? Are we not acknowledging him? The woman called Sita glanced at Ajio. This guy's gaze is erratic. One look, and you can tell that he's not a good person. You'd better believe only a little of what he says. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Yi Xian was speechless. Ajio said indifferently, is there something you need from me? Sita said, you've made contact with people from the sixth dimension? Ajio nodded. Sita said, they asked you to kill this kid? Ajio looked at Situ. They also looked for you. Sita nodded. Ajio frowned slightly. These fellows, Sita suddenly said. Those fellows won't let this go. Are you going to meddle in this matter? Ajio looked at Situ. Situ, do you really not care about being from the same sect? Sita said indifferently. He might not be the ancestral master's disciple. Ajio stared at Situ. Don't talk about this. The ancestral master's sword is in his hands. Furthermore, that sword doesn't repel him. This is already enough to explain everything. Sita looked at Ajio. Why are you so stubborn? Ajio was expressionless. Without the ancestral master, there would be no banished immortal island. Without banished immortal island, where would there be you, Situ? You might be afraid of the sixth dimension, but I'm not. With that said, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded. Sita was so angry that her face turned red. Ajio, you big idiot. The karma on him is too great. If you acknowledge him, you won't have a good ending. Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Situ. Miss Situ, I have never thought of using senior sister Ajio to help me bear any burdens. Sita looked at Yi Xian. Kid, you are not the ancestral master's disciple. Your sword Dao is fundamentally different from his. Yi Xian asked in return. Is senior sister Ajio's sword Dao the same as his? Sita looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian did not say anything else, and turned to leave with Ajio. Sita was silent. In fact, she was also extremely puzzled. Why did this fellow have the ancestral master's sword? She could not figure it out. Yi Xian followed Ajio to the bamboo hut from before. However, the bamboo hut had already been reduced to rubble at that moment. Ajio's expression was cold. That damned woman, Yi Xian suddenly asked. Senior sister, doesn't she use a saber? Why is she from the same sect as us? Ajio looked at Yi Xian. Don't you know? The ancestral master used a saber too. Used a saber? Yi Xian's eyelids narrowed. That swordsman who was wearing a cloud-white robe also used a saber? Ajio looked at Yi Xian and asked. You don't know? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. When I met him, he only used a sword and not a saber. Ajio said softly. And in the records of our banished immortal island, he rarely used a sword. He basically used a saber. Yi Xian asked. He's a swordsman. Why would he use a saber? Ajio shook her head. I don't know about that. Yi Xian turned to look at the statue in the distance. Why did this fellow cultivate a saber instead of a sword? Did he think that cultivating a sword was meaningless? At that moment, Ajio suddenly asked. Have you already comprehended sword perception? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. I don't know. However, I did have a lot of thoughts in my mind when I attacked just now. Ajio thought for a short moment before she said. It was probably sword perception. If it wasn't for sword perception, then you wouldn't have been able to resist that strike of Situ's. However, you've only comprehended it and haven't fully grasped it. What you have to do now is calm down, comprehend it properly, and take complete control of it. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged. In next to no time, his mind was filled with the scene of him attacking with his sword. Sword perception. Above sword intent was sword perception. It could be said that once he grasped sword perception, then his sword Dao would improve. At that time, it wouldn't just be his sword Dao. Even his sword domain would become even stronger. Just like that, time passed slowly. Chapter 1191. Looking at Yi Xian, who was meditating, Ajio was silent for a moment before leaving. Soon she arrived at a seaside. At this time, Situ appeared next to her. Situ said, You really want to meddle in his matters? Ajio looked at the distant sea. Situ, are you afraid? Situ sneered, Me? What have I been afraid of? Ajio turned to look at Situ. How long do you think this universe can survive? Situ was silent. Ajio looked at the distant horizon and said, The fifth dimension calamity is coming. It will be hard for the creatures of this universe to survive. Situ suddenly said, With our strength, going to the sixth dimension is not a difficult matter. Ajio said indifferently. I thought so too previously. But I suddenly realized that we underestimated the sixth dimension too much. Situ looked at Ajio. You think we can't beat them? Ajio smiled. Situ, if the sixth dimension was really that weak, they would have been gone long ago. If we want to fight the sixth dimension, first, we have to face all the experts of the sixth dimension. When facing external enemies, they will definitely be united. Second, we have to face the barrier of the universe. Can you fight against the barrier while fighting against the sixth dimension experts? Situ was silent. Ajio looked into the distance and whispered. Moreover, I feel that this universe can be saved. Situ said. Because of him? Ajio nodded. Situ said. With your strength, it is impossible for you not to know the karma of his body. If we are together with him, I'm afraid none of us will have a good ending. Ajio smiled. You are afraid. Hearing this, Situ's pupils suddenly shrank. Fear. Fear was a great taboo for swordsmen and saber cultivators. Ajio said. I know what you are worried about, but I feel that we can help him. Situ said, Why? Ajio looked at Situ. When I went to the holy city, I found that he told Heavenly God Sect Master Baitsong to summon the people of Spirit Realm to the fifth dimension. Situ frowned. He wants to save the people of Spirit Realm? Jiu nodded. Yes, he wants to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. And now, only he has the greatest hope of resisting the fifth dimension tribulation, because he has the bookstore. Situ suddenly asked. You also don't believe that he is Grandmaster's disciple, right? Ajio looked at Situ. What does it mean for Grandmaster's sword to be in his hands? This means that even if he isn't martial ancestor's disciple, he is someone martial ancestor has taken a liking to. Since that's the case, what does it matter if he's a disciple or not? Sita was silent. Ajio continued. No matter what, for the two of us, there are only two paths. The first is to fight our way up to the sixth dimension and become enemies with the entire sixth dimension. The second is to resist the fifth dimension tribulation and live well. Sita looked off into the distance and softly said, But I feel like the karma on his body is even more terrifying than the fifth dimension tribulation. Ajio said, The karma on him is huge and chaotic, but he's still alive. Still alive. Hearing this, Ajio's expression immediately changed. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this guy was still alive despite having so much karma on him. After a moment, Sita said solemnly, He's not simple either. Ajio suddenly said, What conditions did the sixth dimension give you? Sita smiled and said, They said that after killing him, they can bring me up to the sixth dimension. However, I don't believe them. Even if I, Situ, want to go to the sixth dimension, why would I need other people's charity? To be honest, I really want to fight our way up to the sixth dimension with you and see the experts of the sixth dimension fight their way up to the sixth dimension? Ajio looked at Xing. In the sky, she shook her head. The sixth dimension. She had never been to the sixth dimension, but she knew that place was definitely not weaker than the spirit realm. Previously, if the few major forces of the spirit realm had joined forces, the two of them might not have been able to defeat them, let alone the sixth dimension that had the barrier of the universe. Most importantly, all the experts of the spirit realm had joined forces to fight Yi Xian, and Yi Xian had won. At this moment, the sound of a sword suddenly came from afar. Ajio turned her head and softly said, He broke through. So fast. When she finished speaking, she had already disappeared from where she was. Ajio also disappeared with her. In a certain empty space, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He stood up, opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was a very ordinary sword. At this moment, Ajio appeared in front of him. Yi Xian looked at Ajio and stabbed out with his sword. Ajio also stabbed out with her sword. Both swords were very calm, and both were silent. The moment the two swords touched, Yi Xian instantly retreated dozens of feet. However, his face was filled with excitement. If it was before, he would at least have to use all his strength to barely block Ajio's sword. However, at this moment he easily blocked it. Sword thought. One sword thought, one sword thought, one sword thought. Ajio looked at Yi Xian and said, Congratulations. Yi Xian smiled and said, Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Ajio shook her head and said, It's your own high comprehension. Actually, she was extremely shocked by Yi Xian's comprehension as well. She hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually be able to comprehend sword thought in such a short period of time. Yi Xian put his sword away and said, Senior sister Ajio, the spirit's injuries have basically recovered. I still have things to deal with, so I have to leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he asked Xiaoling, to summon the spirit. However, the spirit refused to come out no matter what, and it intended to follow Xiaoling. There were simply too many benefits to following Xiaoling. It wasn't just violet energy. There were all sorts of top-grade medicinal pills as well. Moreover, the spirit energy within the pagoda was much purer than the outside world. Yi Xian was quite speechless when he saw the spirit refuse to come out. That little fellow is addicted to violet energy. Meanwhile, Ajio suddenly said, Just let it follow you. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Senior sister, it's the spirit here. Ajio gazed at Yi Xian and said, The spirit region isn't suitable for cultivation anymore. Can I follow you there? Yi Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, Of course. The strength of this person in front of him was not just for show. With her around, it would be very beneficial to the fifth dimension, and it would be even more beneficial to him. Ajio nodded slightly. All right. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm going to Hallowed City. Senior sister, are you coming with me? Ajio nodded. Situ is coming as well. Situ. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't really like that woman. Ajio said, She won't cause trouble. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "All right." Aju nodded. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and flew up on her sword, and she vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian also disappeared into the horizon. After returning to Hallowed City, when Baizong saw Jiao following Yi Xian, his expression instantly became extremely strange. And when he saw Yi Xian call Jiao senior sister, his expression became even stranger. In this short period of time, exiled Immortal Island was on the same side as Yi Xian? Could Yi Xian be a child of the fifth dimension? Perhaps he was a child of the fifth dimension. In the Great Hall, Yi Xian looked at Baizong, who was muttering inwardly, "How are the spirits of nine and the ancient race?" Baizong hurriedly said, "The experts of the two races have all moved to the fifth dimension. Only the ancient race encountered a small problem." Yi Xian frowned. "What problem?" Baizong said, "Immortal Qing still finds it hard to convince the masses. Some people of the ancient race do not accept him. At the beginning, there were people who stirred up trouble, but they were all suppressed by the Grand Elder of the ancient race family." Yi Xian said, "The other party is half-step self-defense?" Baizong nodded. "Yes. Right now, the experts of the ancient race have all moved to the fifth dimension." Yi Xian nodded. "What about the Holy City?" Baizong said, "They have also moved to the fifth dimension. However, many forces of Spirit Realm are not willing to leave. They want to stay here." Yi Xian said softly, "Let them. You can tell them that if they want to go to the fifth dimension in the future, they can. However, I will say it again. If they go to the fifth dimension, they must obey the order of Yi Xian. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Baizong nodded. "Understood." Yi Xian stood up. "Then let's go." Baizong hesitated and then said, "Little friend Yi, if so many people go to the fifth dimension, there will be chaos." Yi Xian said coolly, "Kill whoever causes chaos." Baizong looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, "Senior Baizong, do you know what we will face next?" Baizong said solemnly, "The fifth dimension calamity." Yi Xian nodded. "Surviving is the most important thing. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing this, Baizong's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Understood." He knew that this was Yi Xian warning him not to play any tricks. Right now, the most important thing for the experts of the fifth dimension and spirit realm was to resist the fifth dimension calamity. Surviving was the most important thing. Yi Xian glanced at Baizong. "Senior, go do your work." Baizong nodded. "Okay." After saying this, he retreated. Yi Xian looked at Jiao and said with a smile, "Senior sister, let's go too." Jiao nodded. Then the two disappeared. More and more experts of spirit realm moved to the fifth dimension because they knew that the fifth dimension calamity was coming. However, there were still some forces that were unwilling to leave. They said that there was a fifth dimension calamity, but some people did not believe it. Because spirit realm had never experienced a fifth dimension calamity, they were skeptical about it. There were also some people who did not care at all because they had no concept of the fifth dimension calamity. They did not know what it meant. Moreover, spirit realm was still fine. And when some forces saw the ancient races and other forces moving to the fifth dimension, they followed suit and moved. After all, the spirit energy of spirit realm was not suitable for cultivation. Somewhere in the starry sky, Yi Xian and Jiao were flying on their swords. Yi Xian suddenly took out a golden sound transmission talisman. This was given to him by the sixth dimension's Li Chun. He could directly contact the sixth dimension through it. Yi Xian said a few words into the sound transmission talisman, and then put it away. Jiao glanced at Yi Xian, and did not say anything. Sixth dimension Union Hall. Li Chunfeng, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. The space in front of him trembled slightly, and a moment later his complexion greatly changed, and he cursed. "Which idiot is targeting young Master Yi? Even if you want to die, don't drag down our sixth dimension." After saying this, he ran out of the house and went straight to the Wind Palace. P.S. There are very few monthly votes. Maybe my updates are not good enough. Chapter 1192. At this moment, Li Chenfeng was both shocked and furious. He was angry that Sixth Dimension still had people who dared to touch Yi Xian. He was afraid that Sixth Dimension would be implicated. Putting aside the invincible lady in the plain dress, even the lady with the spear that appeared in the lower realm, was not something that the United Hall could handle. That person's clone had instantly killed a half-step self-release realm expert. He didn't know how many of these experts were behind Yi Xian. Touch Yi Xian? Wasn't this inviting disaster for the Sixth Dimension? Not long after, Li Chenfeng arrived at the entrance of the One Hall. Inside the One Hall sat a white-haired woman busying herself. She wore a black dress, and her features were picturesque. She was devastatingly beautiful. This woman was the Union Hall Master of the Hall of Letters, Wen Jiarua. Although her strength wasn't at the peak of the Sixth Dimension, her influence was definitely at the peak. Most of the time, the martial arts hall served the One Hall. Li Chenfeng didn't dare to enter. He stood outside the door and respectfully bowed. Palace Master, young Master Yi from the lower realms has sent a letter. He said that an expert from the Sixth Dimension has gone to the lower realms to deal with him. He wants us to help investigate this matter. At this moment, when Jiarua stopped and frowned. Sixth Dimension? Li Chenfeng hurriedly nodded. Yes, young Master Yi sent a letter personally. It can't be fake. After a moment of silence, when Jiarua said, those who have the strength to compete for the book house are none other than the Avicii Hell sect, the Zen sect, the Southern Mountain Sword sect, the Northern Wilderness Barbarian Kingdom, and, when she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, ancient temples. An ancient temple. Hearing this, Li Chenfeng's expression suddenly changed. That was the only place that the Union Hall was extremely afraid of. It was also a place that all the powers in the Sixth Dimension feared. Until now, no one knew when it had appeared, and no one knew what was inside. All they knew was that it had always existed on the distant Divine Mountain. After a while, when Jiarua suddenly said, the Avicii Hell sect, the Zen sect, the Southern Mountain Sword sect, and the Northern Wilderness Barbarian Kingdom, have no reason to look for Yi Xian, nor do they dare to. There is only one possibility, and that is this mysterious ancient temple. Li Chenfeng hesitated for a moment and said, why? When Jiarua glanced at Li Chenfeng, because the prophet came from this ancient temple. Li Chenfeng was dumbfounded. When Jiarua said softly, this is not something we can handle. Send him a message, and tell him to be careful, and not to underestimate us. Li Chenfeng nodded and withdrew. Inside the hall, when Jiarua's eyes were filled with worry, the ancient temple had not moved for tens of thousands of years. The most recent movement was the appearance of the prophet. The reason why she knew that she came from the ancient temple was that the prophet had stayed in the Hall of One for a period of time. He was an extraordinary person. After a moment of silence, when Jiarua stood up and left. Not long after, she arrived at the lakeside. Next to the lakeside was a small pavilion. The sound of a zither could be heard coming from the pavilion. When Jiarua arrived at the small pavilion, inside the pavilion, a woman was playing the zither. This woman was the Sixth Dimension Tendo. When Jiarua laughed, you seem to be very free. The Sixth Dimension Tendo stopped playing. She looked at Wen Jiarua and said with a smile, Jiarua, don't be so busy. Rest more. When Jiarua shook her head, that woman seriously injured the Sixth Dimension. There are too many bad things happening. I have to be busy. That woman. Hearing this, the smile on the Sixth Dimension Tendo's face gradually disappeared. Back then, that woman had almost destroyed the Sixth Dimension with one sword strike. When Jiarua suddenly said, let's not talk about her. This time, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. The Sixth Dimension Tendo looked at Wen Jiarua. What is it? Wen Jiarua said in a deep voice. In the lower realm, Yi Xian sent a message saying that a Sixth Dimension expert is targeting him. The Sixth Dimension Tendo frowned. Who? Wen Jiarua's expression became somewhat serious. I think it should be the ancient temple. Other than that place, other forces should not be so stupid as to target Yi Xian. Ancient temple. The Sixth Dimension Tendo was silent. Wen Jiarua looked at the Sixth Dimension Tendo. Do you know the origin of that place? The Sixth Dimension Tendo shook her head. I don't know. Wen Jiarua frowned. Even you don't know? The sixth dimension Tendo said softly. When I existed, that place had already appeared. Hearing this, Wenjaroa's expression suddenly changed. And before the sixth dimension Tendo? The sixth dimension Tendo pressed her hands on the strings, her expression somewhat serious. If that ancient temple is really targeting him, then this matter is really a bit difficult to deal with. Wenjaroa nodded. The ancient temple was the only force that was not controlled by the Union Hall. And it was also the only force that the Union Hall did not dare to provoke. Other forces would more or less give some face to the Union Hall. But the ancient temple was different. The sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "This is not something we can handle." Saying this, she looked at Wenjaroa. "You have to check to see if it is the ancient temple." Wenjaroa nodded. "I have already sent people to check. By the way, have you been to the ancient temple?" The sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. "I have not been there." Wenjaroa frowned slightly. "Why?" The sixth dimension Tendo said softly. "Danger. Danger." Wenjaroa was silent. The sixth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "For the fifth dimension, we will help if we can. If we can't help, then there is nothing we can do." Wenjaroa looked at the sixth dimension Tendo and said with a smile, "If you devour the fifth dimension Tendo, you should become stronger, right?" The sixth dimension Tendo hurriedly shook her head. "I can't devour her. It is more like she devours me." Wenjaroa was a little puzzled. "Why?" The sixth dimension Tendo was a little surprised. "Can't you feel how terrifying she is?" Wenjaroa. The fifth dimension. Yi Xian returned to the void dimension. At this moment, countless experts gathered in the void dimension. They were all from spirit realm. It had to be said that the sudden appearance of so many experts was a little chaotic. This was because when Yi Xian was not around, no one could intimidate these people. However, when Yi Xian appeared, the void dimension instantly calmed down. Yi Xian, the experts of spirit realm, could be said to be very wary of Yi Xian. After returning to the Wu clan, Yi Xian immediately went into seclusion. This was because the Dao laws had been gathered. What he needed to do now was to completely master all the Dao laws, and let them return to their positions. Only then would he be able to unleash the true power of the Prism Pagoda. In the room, Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. She pointed with her finger. "Appear." As soon as she said that, the Great Dao Law suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's brows. Big Sister said softly, "You have almost mastered the Great Dao Law and the Space Dao Law, but you have not comprehended the essence of the Dream Dao Law. Let's start with the Dream Dao Law." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." Big Sister said, "The core of the Dream Dao Law is to enter a dream, enter your own dream, and also enter the dream of others. And this dream refers to an illusory world. That world is both real and fake, similar to the ability of the Shattering Void Tier. In this dream, the real and fake are up to you to control." After saying that, she suddenly pointed between Yi Xian's brows. In an instant, Yi Xian's whole body trembled, and his surroundings became illusory. Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. "Are you in a dream or in reality?" Yi Xian directly used sword domain. Soon he looked at Big Sister. "In a dream." Big Sister shook her head. "You are wrong. We are in reality now." Yi Xian was stunned, and then said in a low voice, "Impossible, this can't be hidden from my sword domain." Big Sister said indifferently, "It can't be hidden from your sword domain, but it can be hidden from you. Your sword domain can distinguish between real and fake, but you can't." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The sword domain is mine," Lian Qian suddenly said. "To put it simply, it's the transition between real and fake. When your sword domain detects the real and fake, Big Sister has already changed the dream. Whether it's real or fake, it's all up to you." When he heard this, Yi Xian understood. This was a little terrifying. Everyone suddenly said, "Let's begin now. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly." Yi Xian nodded. In the following time, he started to study the Dream Dao madly, and under Big Sister's guidance, he quickly grasped the essence of the Dream Dao Law. Enter dream. It had to be said that it was very powerful. However, after studying these Dao laws, he realized that although the might of a single Dao law was powerful, it was limited. When all the Tao laws were used together, the might would be able to destroy the world. When he realized this, Yi Xian became even more excited. When Yi Xian was cultivating, a guest came to the Wu clan. The fifth dimension Tendo. When the fifth dimension Tendo arrived at the Wu clan, Amu hurriedly received her personally. She didn't dare to slack off in the slightest when dealing with this woman. In the city, the fifth dimension Tendo looked around and said with a smile, "He invited the experts of Spirit Realm here?" Amu nodded. "Yes. As long as Spirit Realm is willing, they can come." The fifth dimension Tendo smiled and didn't say anything. Amu glanced at the fifth dimension Tendo and said softly, "Is there something you need?" The fifth dimension Tendo shook her head. "No, I just came to take a look." As she said this, she looked into the distance. "He's in seclusion, right?" Amu nodded. "Yes." The fifth dimension Tendo stopped and said with a smile, "Then I'll come another day." After saying this, she turned and left. As if she thought of something, she turned to look at Amu and said with a smile, "There's something." One day later, "Tell him to go to the Tendo pawn shop." "Tell him to go." Amu hesitated and then nodded. "Okay." The Tendo waved her hand, and then quickly disappeared into the distance. Looking at the Tendo leaving in the distance, Amu didn't say anything for a long time. After the Tendo left the shaman city, she came to a small city, Samsara City, the place where the prophet had disappeared. However, when she came to this city, she found that all the people in the city had disappeared. Not a single person. The Tendo looked around and said expressionlessly, "Interesting." After saying this, she gently turned her right hand. Time reversal. As her voice fell, the space in front of her suddenly became distorted. Soon, the scene in the city 4 hours ago appeared in the distorted space. At that time, there were still many people in the city. 4 hours ago, a man in black suddenly appeared in the city. When the man in black appeared in the city, he looked around, and then waved his right hand. In an instant, all the people in the city disappeared without a sound. They were directly wiped out. The whole city became empty in an instant. The Tendo looked at the man in black expressionlessly. At that moment, she waved her right hand, and the distorted space in front of her returned to normal. Not far from her stood a man in black. It was the man in black who had appeared in the city before. The man in black looked at the Tendo and said with a hoarse voice, "Are you looking for me?" The Tendo looked at the man in black. "Let me guess. You're not from the spirit realm. You should be from the 6th dimension. Those forces in the 6th dimension can't come looking for trouble now. So you should be from the ancient temple." The man in black narrowed his eyes. "You know the holy temple?" The Tendo smiled and said, "I know. Not only do I know the holy temple, but I also know that the book house was brought out by the prophet from the ancient temple." The black-clothed man was silent for a long time. "You've really surprised me. A mere heavenly Tao actually knows so much. However, have you ever heard of this saying? Knowing too much isn't a good thing." After saying this, his right hand suddenly grabbed at the Tendo. In an instant, the space around the Tendo was distorted. However, the Tendo was not affected at all. Seeing this scene, the man in black's eyes suddenly shrank and his voice trembled. "You? How is it possible?" The Tendo blinked and said with a smile, "Are you surprised? Did you not expect me to be so powerful?" He. Chapter 1193. The black-clothed man stared at Tendo. At this moment, his heart was tumbling like a tidal wave. He really didn't expect this Tendo of the 5th dimension to be so strong. This is a bit abnormal. Tendo looked at the black-clothed man and smiled. "I have a few questions to ask you. Can you cooperate with me and answer me?" The black-clothed man's body suddenly became illusory. Escape. Soon, there were countless afterimages in the sky. Tendo shook her head and smiled. "Playing these fancy tricks in my territory." After saying that, she lightly stomped her right foot. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Following this tremble, a figure directly fell in front of her, and was then imprisoned by a mysterious force. This person was the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man stared at Tendo. "You know where I come from?" Tendo smiled. "Are you trying to use the ancient temple to threaten me?" The black-clothed man looked at Tendo and didn't speak. At this time, It was better for him to choose to be more sensible and not say anything harsh. Tendo glanced at the starry sky and smiled. I have to admit, the ancient temple is indeed not simple. However, I have to tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Why? Because who would know that I'm the one who killed you? After saying that, she slapped. Boom. That black-clothed man was directly erased. Tendo clapped her hands and then walked into the distance. After entering the city, Tendo looked around and finally walked to the right. After a while, she arrived in front of a dry well. The well had already dried up. Tendo looked at the dry well and shook her head. Why did you do samsara? This is great, you've made yourself disappear. After saying that, she put away the dry well and turned to leave. When leaving the city, she seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and waved her right hand. The entire city directly became illusory. After a while, Tendo left. Wu Clan. On this day, a woman walked out of the tomb. The person who came out was Enlancio, and she wasn't in the rebirth realm. She was in the ruler realm. Ruler realm. When seeing Enlancio, Amu was already dumbfounded. Did he advance by 2 levels inside? Right at this moment, another woman walked out. It was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi hadn't reached the sovereign realm, and she was only at the peak of the samsara realm. However, her sword Dao had reached the 3rd level of the mortal sword realm. Almost at the same time, Zhang Wenxiu also walked out. Zhang Wenxiu had also reached the rebirth state. However, at this moment, Zhang Wenxiu and Xiaoqi looked at Enlancio, because Enlancio was in the sovereign realm. Just like that, he had advanced 2 realms? Enlancio glanced at them, and then she said, It's because of that senior's assistance. Hearing that, Amu instantly understood. It was the woman with the spear. Amu smiled. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Zhang Wenxiu suddenly looked at Amu. He became stronger, right? This him naturally referred to Yi Xian. Amu smiled and said, Yes. 7 suddenly said, Where is he now? Amu replied, He's in closed-door cultivation. 7 nodded. I'll come look for him in a bit. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Zhang Wenxiu said as well, I'm going to return to the academy. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Enlancio was just about to speak when a woman suddenly charged out from within the tomb. It was Lian Wanli. Lian Wanli glanced at Enlancio. You came out by yourself? Enlancio replied, They've left. Lian Wanli was stunned, and then he said, How long have all of you been out here? Amu was about to speak when Enlancio suddenly said, We've been out for 3 days. Amu was speechless. Lian Wanli gazed at Enlancio, as if I'd believe you. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Amu. Where's Yi Xian? I'm going to beat him up. Amu's expression became slightly strange. In his room, Yi Xian was still cultivating. He'd gained complete control of the Dream Dao Law, and he was working together with Yin Jia now. Yin Jia was a fire Dao Law, so he was extremely adept at fire element energy, because he possessed heavenly flame within him. So, it didn't take long for him to completely grasp the fire Dao Law. Of course, this was related to Yin Jia's cooperation, because Yin Jia was actively cooperating with him and fusing with him. After he grasped the fire Dao Law, Yi Xian started to fuse with Lian Qian. Lian Qian was a seal Dao Law, so he knew very little about the energy of seals. Fortunately, he had his big sister's guidance and Lian Qian's cooperation, so his fusion with Lian Qian was extremely smooth. Yi Xian arrived at the 7th floor, and a woman was sitting there. She was the Dao Law that his big sister had just called back. However, he didn't know what sort of Dao Law she was. The woman gazed at Yi Xian. Do you know what sort of Dao Law I am? Yi Xian shook his head. The woman walked up to Yi Xian and grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder with her left hand. Then the 2 of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a starry sky. The woman opened her palm. In an instant, the entire starry sky suddenly trembled. Then, the power of countless stars gathered towards her continuously. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Star Dao Law. The woman said softly. To be precise, it's the starry sky Dao Law. In the starry sky, the power of the stars is endless. Then she looked at Yi Xian. If you can completely grasp me, you'll be the ruler of the starry sky. When you stand in the starry sky, your combat strength will increase by at least 30%. 30%. Yi Xian fell silent. Even though it was only 30%, it was already very terrifying. The woman suddenly said, "Let's begin." With that, she turned into a ray of starlight and entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom! In an instant, the power of countless stars swept out of Yi Xian's body. His body did not reject the power of the stars at all. Not only did it not reject him, but it was also very adapted to it. This was because Tendo had once brought him here to absorb the power of the stars. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded in his mind, "Feel this starry sky. I'll help you to transform into the starry sky and become the ruler of the starry sky." Yi Xian nodded. He closed his eyes, calmed his qi and focused his mind. Then he felt the starry sky. It had to be said that with the cooperation of the Tao law, it was a consumption. With the cooperation of the Tao law, all problems were not problems. Soon, he could affect the power of the stars in the entire starry sky with a single breath. It was extremely shocking. On the other side, the big sister and Lian Qian were looking at Yi Xian. The big sister looked at Yi Xian in silence. No one knew what she was thinking about. Lian Qian suddenly said, "Big sister, are you still thinking about it?" The big sister said calmly, "If I was thinking about it, I wouldn't have come to him. No matter what, he's the only one who can help you fulfill your wish." Lian Qian nodded. The big sister said, "There's another reason." Lian Qian looked at the big sister. The big sister said softly, "I also have a selfish motive." Lian Qian asked, "What selfish motive?" The big sister looked at Yi Xian in the distance. "Mister's origin is not simple. I have a feeling that his origin will bring us some disasters that we can't resist. In the entire fifth dimension, only this guy with countless backers can resist Mister's karma. If I don't take you with me and follow him, I'm afraid that none of us will have a good ending in the future." Lian Qian said in a deep voice, "Big sister, do you know Mister's origin?" The big sister looked at the starry sky. "I know Dao Yi." Lian Qian was somewhat curious. "Where did Mister come from?" The big sister shook her head. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's meaningless even if I did." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian in the distance. "We can help each other." Yan Jia suddenly asked, "Can he bear Mister's karma?" The big sister looked at Yi Xian. "He can. And only he can." Lian Qian asked, "Why?" The big sister said indifferently, "Because he has many backers, extremely many. Moreover, they're extremely strong. Only he can bear Mister's karma. And only he isn't afraid of Mister's karma." Yan Jia hesitated for a moment before he said, "Big sister, he's actually quite strong." The big sister shook her head. "He's very outstanding, but just being outstanding isn't enough. He obtained Xiaota, and this is both a blessing and a curse. If his life isn't tough enough, then he won't have the fortune to enjoy it." Lian Qian was about to speak when a strand of dazzling starlight suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. The powerful starlight shook the space here to the point it rippled violently. At the same time, a powerful aura swept towards the big sister and the other two girls. The big sister waved her right hand lightly, and the powerful starlight was directly shattered. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In his eyes there was a starry light. Meanwhile, Yi Xian opened his palm. In an instant, a ray of starlight descended firmly into his palm. Yi Xian suddenly clenched his right hand, and then the starlight within his palm transformed into Starlight Dreambreaker and dispersed. Yi Xian grinned, and then he suddenly gazed at the big sister. "Big sister, take this." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and then an enormous palm of stars descended from the sky and smashed towards the big sister. Everywhere it passed, the space in its path instantly roiled, and it was an extremely shocking sight. The big sister glanced indifferently at Yi Xian, and then she pointed her right finger upwards. The enormous palm of stars was instantly enveloped by a mysterious force, and it instantly vanished without a trace. Yi Xian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. "It's gone just like that?" At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly laughed. "It's not just you. Even Xing Chun can't do anything to the big sister when she uses the power of stars, let alone you." The big sister has two abilities. The first is her own special mysterious power, and the second is to restrain us. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. No wonder she was called the big sister. The big sister walked in front of Yi Xian, and she looked at Yi Xian. Xing Chen. He's still not very proficient in using the power of stars. Train with him for a few more days. Within Yi Xian's body, Xing Chen's voice sounded. Yes, big sister. The big sister looked at Yi Xian. Cultivate with Xing Chen first. Once you're completely proficient in using the power of stars, go to the 8th floor. Yi Xian hurriedly asked. What Dao law does the big sister on the 8th floor have? The big sister said calmly. Take a guess. Yi Xian. At this moment, Lian Qian smiled faintly. Second sister's ability will make you excited. Excited, Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. Could it be dual cultivation? P.S. The top 20 monthly votes will receive a reward of $1,000. To be honest, I don't care about money, but actually I do care about money. Please vote. Chapter 1194. Excitement. Yi Xian had a strange expression. Lian Qian stared at Yi Xian. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. I'm not. Lian Qian glared at Yi Xian. Big sister suddenly said, Don't disturb him. Then, she left with Lian Qian and Yin Jia. In the starry sky, Yi Xian continued to cultivate the Star Dao Law. Star. After coming into contact with the Star Dao Law, he was suddenly curious about the 8th floor and Big Sister's limited special ability. Especially Big Sister's. Although Big Sister had made a move, he still knew nothing about her ability. He was looking forward to it. While Yi Xian was cultivating, in the boundless underground city, Tendo came to the pawnshop again. Seeing Tendo, Xiao Dao was expressionless. What's the matter? Obviously, she was still angry about Tendo's stupid idea. Let her get together with Yi Xian? Thinking of this, she wanted to beat someone up. Tendo giggled and said seriously, Xiao Dao, I'm here to discuss business with you. Xiao Dao glanced at Tendo. I finally found out. You're the most sinister person in the 6th and 5th dimensions. Tendo walked to the counter and drank the spirit tea that Xiao Dao drank in one gulp. Then she said excitedly, Do you know what I found out? The ancient temple, and the rest have appeared. The ancient temple? Xiao Dao frowned. The ancient temple on the sacred mountain? Tendo nodded and said excitedly, Yes, it's them. Xiao Dao's expression became strange. You seem very excited. Tendo blinked and said, They want to kill Yi Xian. Xiao Dao was puzzled. Why? Yi Xian has nothing to do with them, right? Don't tell me they want to snatch the study room too? The Tendo smiled and said, The prophet came out of the ancient temple. Hearing this, the little Taoist was stunned and a little shocked. From the ancient temple? Tendo nodded. Yes, and the study room was brought out from the ancient temple. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, My Devil Path family clan has records of this ancient temple. However, there are very few records. I only know that they are very mysterious. Tendo nodded slightly. They are very mysterious, because they existed even earlier than the 6th-dimensional Tendo. Even the 6th dimension Tendo doesn't understand them. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. But I think you know them very well. Tendo chuckled. Yes, I know a little about them. Xiao Dao was confused. How do you know about the ancient temple? Logically speaking, you haven't been to the 6th dimension, right? Tendo blinked and said mischievously, Let me tell you. I have been to the 6th dimension. Xiao Dao's expression changed. How is that possible? How can the 6th dimension let you go up there? Tendo rolled her eyes at Xiao Dao. I went up there secretly. Xiao Dao stared at Yi Xian. You can't go up there quietly. Tendo chuckled. I can. Not only have I gone up to the 6th dimension, but I have also been beyond it, which is the legendary Dao world. Well, that place is not simple. I was almost discovered. But luckily they are not very smart and were tricked by me. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and didn't say anything. At this moment, her heart was like a tsunami. If Tendo wasn't lying, then this woman in front of her was too scary. She is the 5th dimension Tendo. She can go to the 6th dimension. And she can go up there quietly. How terrifying is her strength? How strong is this woman? Most importantly, she has been to the Tao world. She knew about the Tao world, because she had come from that place. Xiao Dao was shocked. Tendo gently stroked the teacup and smiled. Don't look at me like that. Actually, I am not that strong. For example, I can't beat the plain dress woman. Can't beat the plain dress woman. Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo's example was very interesting. She said that she can't beat the plain dress woman. On the surface, it means that the plain dress woman's strength is not that great. However, if you think about it carefully, you will find that this sentence is very problematic. She can't beat the plain dress woman. But what about others? Tendo suddenly said, don't worry about my strength. As long as my strength is sufficient, it is enough. This time, I came to tell you that you must be mentally prepared. Xiao Dao said in a deep voice. What mental preparation? Tian Dao raised a finger. First, it's about your clan. Although I sent away the people sent by your clan back then, it's still your clan's business. Although I sent away the people sent by your family, do you think your family will really let it go? No, they definitely won't. Saying that, the corners of her mouth lifted. If I didn't guess wrong, they will even go to find the plain dress woman. Tendo's eyelids twitched. What did you do? Tendo quickly shook her head. I didn't do anything. I just want to tell you that your demon Dao family is very powerful. However, it is also because of this that they will become arrogant. Just like the spirit domain. Therefore, they definitely won't let it go. If I didn't guess wrong, they might make a move soon. Xiao Dao was silent. She understood Tendo's meaning. Demon Dao family is very strong. However, it is also because of this that the Demon Dao family won't put anyone in their eyes in this universe. Just like when she first came to this universe. At that time, she didn't put anyone in her eyes. It was because of her arrogance that she suffered a great loss. Tendo said again. The Demon Dao family won't give up on you because to them, you can be used as a tool for marriage. Of course, this problem isn't particularly serious. The most serious thing is that I think they might kill Yi Xian. Hearing this, Xiao Dao frowned. This doesn't make sense, right? They don't know Yi Xian. Why would they kill Yi Xian? Tendo blinked. I said it's possible. Little Taoist looked at the heavenly Dao. Did you do something? Tendo quickly shook her head. No. Xiao Dao stared at Tendo and didn't say anything. Tian Dao smiled sheepishly. I told you that you and Yi Xian are already married. Little Taoist suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, Moon Yin Yin. Heavenly Dao hurriedly said, I meant well. Xiao Dao glared at Tendo. Good intentions? Don't you know you will cause the death of my Demon Dao family? Kill Yi Xian? If the Demon Dao family really targeted Yi Xian, with Yi Xian's terrifying background, she didn't dare to think about it. Although the Demon Dao family was strong, they couldn't compete with Yi Xian, this freak. What kind of person is Yi Xian? He's a F** King's second generation. He doesn't even know how many people are behind him. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao's heart suddenly ignited with an unknown fire. She was about to explode when Tendo suddenly said, Do you know why you lost that year? Xiao Dao stared at Tendo. Tendo smiled. Because you are kind. You are the most monstrous genius of the Demon Dao family. But you are a woman. The Demon Dao family won't put so much power in your hands. The whole family is in your hands. So the best way is to marry you off. But you? In this period of time, you have many opportunities to turn things around. But you didn't do so. Saying that, she slightly raised the corner of her mouth. If it was me, I would kill all the male geniuses in the Demon Dao family. At that time, if you didn't choose me, then the Demon Dao family would be finished. But you didn't do that, but they did. Large families are darker than the secular royal family. You have a kind heart, it's not a bad thing. But you don't have a ruthless heart. On this point, you are much worse than Yi Xian. Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo said again, Do you think the current Demon Dao family is still the Demon Dao family of the past? I dare to bet that your family will not have a good ending. Xiao Dao slowly clenched her hands. Tendo continued, That kind of large family is basically a life and death struggle. And you are already out. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. What are you trying to say? Tendo smiled. You are afraid that the Demon Dao family will be destroyed. But have you ever thought about what they will do if they really think that you have married someone from a lower dimensional universe? They will definitely think that you have insulted the bloodline of the Demon Dao family and think of ways to kill you. Xiao Dao was silent, because she couldn't refute that the Demon Dao family would definitely do that. Tendo said softly, Xiao Dao, I treat you as a friend, so I want to help you. You don't need to doubt my words, because you have nothing worth scheming against. Let alone you. Even your Demon Dao family can't give me what I want. Saying that, she looked at Xiao Dao. I just want to help you, that's all. Xiao Dao said in a deep voice, You want to borrow Yi Xian's hand to help me take revenge? Tendo shook her head. You are wrong again. If the Demon Dao family comes to find you, with Yi Xian's personality, he will definitely not sit by and do nothing. He will definitely help you. But will your Demon Dao family give him face? Definitely not. Xiao Dao was silent. Tendo continued. You only have one path now, and that is to be the leader of the Demon Dao family. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Are you joking? Tendo smiled. Do I look like I'm joking? Xiao Dao shook her head. The Demon Dao family didn't let me be the leader in the past, and they definitely won't now. Tendo sighed. Silly girl, think about Yi Xian. In the past, would the people of Spirit Realm let him be the leader? Definitely not. But now, isn't Spirit Realm still obedient to him? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo in confusion. What do you want to do? Tendo smiled. Me. I can't bear for you to be depressed like this. I know that you want to recover from your injuries and go back to seek justice, but I can tell you that if you really do that, you will only be sending yourself to death. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. I don't want to use him. This is my own matter. Tendo smiled. If you don't tell him, then you are using him. But if you clearly tell him that you need him to help you in the future, then you are not using him. Isn't this what friends are like? When he is in trouble, you help him. When you are in trouble, he helps you. As she spoke, she gently patted Xiao Dao's shoulder. She smiled. Be the leader of the Demon Dao family. Also, I sincerely advise you to dual cultivate with Yi Xian. Don't be angry. Your Demon Dao bloodline can only be suppressed by his bloodline. If you two dual cultivate, there will be unexpected results. Not to mention anything else, you will definitely rise to a higher level. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Why don't you dual cultivate with him? If you dual cultivate with him, it will definitely be useful, right? Tendo blinked. I am Tendo. Do you want to F***CK the heavens? Xiao Dao. Chapter 1195. Realizing that her words were inappropriate, Tendo coughed a few times and then sternly said, I am not a human, why would I do dual cultivation? Xiao Dao lightly said, to have an illicit relationship with a man in order to become stronger. I cannot do such a thing. Tendo smiled and said, I was just giving you a suggestion. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, let me tell you, don't act recklessly. Now she was a bit afraid of this woman. Tendo promptly said, No, I won't act recklessly. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, just now you said that the people from the ancient temple were targeting Yi Xian, and then you were very excited. You seem to want the ancient temple to target Yi Xian? Tendo blinked her eyes and said, did I? Xiao Dao nodded and said, yes. Tendo chuckled and drew a circle on the counter in front of her and said, the fifth dimension's tribulation is about to arrive. When the tribulation arrives, the barrier of the universe will be at its weakest. To put it simply, the fifth dimension is like a sheep, and those various powers are the wolves, including your demonic path family. These wolves are eyeing the fifth dimension covetously and want to take it for themselves. Especially some powers, they have already set their eyes on me. As long as the tribulation arrives, they will be ready to act against me. Xiao Dao was silent. Demonic path family controlled many worlds, and some of these worlds had Tendo. And in those worlds, Tendo was just a subordinate to them. But this woman in front of her was different. She was the most abnormal Tendo she had ever seen. At this time, Tendo's mouth slightly curled up and said, but now they have found another sheep. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and said, Yi Xian. Tendo smiled and said, yes, they want to eat both sheep. Xiao Dao said in a low voice. The ancient temple targeted Yi Xian because of the prophet, right? The Tendo nodded. Yes, the prophet brought out the bookstore. This bookstore isn't as simple as resisting the fifth dimension tribulation. In any case, Yi Xian is in trouble. At this point she sighed softly. Don't underestimate the ancient temple. The prophet is not weak. But why was he forced to such a state? Because the ancient temple was stronger. Besides, other than the ancient temple, he has even more powerful enemies. Sigh, what a tragic person. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. Are you afraid of the ancient temple? Tendo blinked. Am I afraid? Xiao Dao. The Tendo clapped his hands and said with a smile, We have guests. Just as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked into the pawn shop. There was a small demon character on the left side of the middle-aged man's chest. Demonic Path family. Seeing the person, Xiao Dao slowly clenched his hands. The middle-aged man looked at the Tendo and said with a smile, Your Excellency is the Tendo of this place? The Tendo smiled and said, Yes. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Before, someone from my demonic path family came here. He said that you are very strong. Is that right? The Tendo quickly shook his head. I am just a small Tendo. The middle-aged man smiled and looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, you are not going to greet your third uncle? Xiao Dao lightly said. What's the matter? The middle-aged man smiled and said, I am here to take you back. Xiao Dao sneered. Take me back? What, do you think I have some value to you? The middle-aged man sighed. Xiao Dao, you are a member of the family. The family has nurtured you. Shouldn't you pay a bit for the family? Xiao Dao stared fixedly at the middle-aged man. I still remember how the family treated me all those years ago. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Dao. It looks like you haven't repented at all in all these years. Never mind, this isn't something I should worry about. I came to find you because the family has found a marriage for you. The other party is the most monstrous genius of the imperial clan. Not only has he awakened 90% of his bloodline, he has even caused it to mutate. He can be said to be the most monstrous genius in the history of the imperial clan. The family wants you to unite with him and strengthen the bloodline of my demonic path family. Xiao Dao sneered. So I really do have some value to you now. The middle-aged man said indifferently. You have received kindness from the family, so you should pay a price for the family. Xiao Dao said fiercely. I have already given everything I have learned to the demonic path family in the past. The middle-aged man was expressionless. But it is undeniable that the blood of the demonic path family flows within you. If you really want to sever your relationship with the demonic path family, then return the blood to the family. Tendo frowned slightly when he heard this. Is he trying to force Xiao Dao to his death? Xiao Dao gazed at the middle-aged man and sneered. What? Are you trying to force me to my death? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. If you don't compromise, then you must die. Who do you think you are? Suddenly, a voice resounded from outside the door. It was Yi Xian. Tendo blinked when he saw Yi Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an alluring arc. Yi Xian walked into the pawn shop and arrived by Xiao Dao's side. Xiao Dao spoke in a low voice. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Xian smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? Miss Xiao Dao, your problem is my problem. How ignorant. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. You want to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? Young man, do you know who is standing in front of you? Do you know what the consequences of what you said just now will bring to you? Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Dao. Is the Diabolism family very powerful? The little Taoist said indifferently. To you it's not powerful. Yi Xian was speechless. What a joke. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian, and he waved his right hand. A powerful force swept out. Yi Xian suddenly stabbed out with his sword. One sword, one thought. Bang! The middle-aged man's powerful force was shattered. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned when he saw this. Sword thought. As he spoke, he sized up Yi Xian. You're quite capable. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. I don't really want to interfere in your family's matters, but Xiao Dao is my friend. Since she doesn't want to go back, then don't force her. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. Who do you think you are? Tendo suddenly said, "He's the person Xiao Dao chose. The son-in-law of your diabolism family." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What the hell? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and didn't speak. Yi Xian was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Yi Xian and laughed. Him? Who the hell is he to be the son-in-law of my diabolism family? He isn't even worthy of carrying shoes for my diabolism family. Tendo blinked, and then he nodded. Right. You're right. He isn't worthy. There was no need to wake up some idiots. The best way was to make them continue being idiots. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian, an ant from a lowly world. If you were in my diabolism family, you would only be worthy of being a lowly slave. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He turned to look at Xiao Dao. Does the diabolism family have such a sense of superiority? Xiao Dao was silent. In front of others, the diabolism family did have the capital to be arrogant. But in front of this fellow, what capital did the diabolism family have to be arrogant? What capital did they have to be arrogant? However, she didn't know how to explain it to the middle-aged man, because she knew that even if she said it, the other party wouldn't believe her. So she simply didn't say it. At this time, the middle-aged man still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly stabbed out with his sword. The middle-aged man didn't retreat, but his fist smashed onto Yi Xian's sword. Bang! In an instant, the middle-aged man retreated hundreds of feet, and he retreated out of the hall. But Yi Xian didn't retreat even half a step. The power of Dao laws. After absorbing countless Dao laws, his current strength couldn't be compared to before. Especially after his sword Dao reached the sword sense level. It could be said that he was invincible under self-release. As for the person in front of him, he clearly hadn't reached the self-release realm. After being forced back by Yi Xian's sword, the middle-aged man was in disbelief. Yi Xian turned to look at Xiao Dao. Do you want to kill me? He really wanted to kill him, but it was up to Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was about to speak when the middle-aged man in the distance said fiercely, Kill me? Haha, what a joke. If something happens to me here, let me tell you, your entire fifth dimension will be razed to the ground. Yi Xian. On the side, Tendo shook his head. Heavens, how can a large family have such a retard? Is this arrogance? I can't watch it anymore. Xiao Dao also couldn't bear to watch. In fact, she understood the middle-aged man quite well. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be difficult for a demon Dao family to destroy the fifth dimension. However, the current fifth dimension was simply an abnormal existence. Firstly, there was Tendo. She didn't know how strong she was, but she knew that she didn't place a demon Dao family in her eyes at all. Secondly, there was Yi Xian. Who was this person? She was a top second generation. Not to mention anything else. Just this woman was enough to annihilate an entire demon Dao family. The middle-aged man wanted to say something. But at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Don't speak. I really can't stand you anymore. After saying that, he leaped up and stabbed out with his sword. The space around the middle-aged man instantly became illusory under the might of this sword strike. From the side, this sword strike seemed very ordinary, but the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He suddenly pressed his hands together in front of him with the intention of catching Yi Xian's sword strike. Bang! His palms directly clamped down on Yi Xian's sword. But in the next moment, Yi Xian's right hand twisted slightly, and the middle-aged man's palms were sent flying. However, the middle-aged man also retreated several dozen feet, distancing himself from Yi Xian. He stared at Yi Xian. Do you know what you're doing? I'm from a demon Dao family. Yi Xian shook his head. My head hurts. After saying that, he was about to attack. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he turned to run. Yi Xian was about to chase after him, but Tendo quickly said, Don't chase after him, I'll go. After saying that, she directly chased after him. Yi Xian blinked, then looked at Xiao Dao. What is she going to do? Xiao Dao said in a deep voice. It's definitely not something good. In the sky, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. It was Tendo. Seeing Tendo, the middle-aged man's expression changed. You're so fast? Tendo smiled. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. After all, I don't dare to offend a demon Dao family. The middle-aged man stared at Tendo. What do you want? Tendo said seriously. Do you know why Yi Xian is so arrogant down there? He doesn't even care about your demon Dao family. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man said, He has a backer. Tendo quickly said, Yes, he has a backer. The middle-aged man looked at Tendo. Is it the plain-dressed woman that you told our people about? Tendo nodded. Yes, his biggest backer is that plain-dressed woman. After saying that, she handed a portrait to the middle-aged man. This is her portrait. I'm telling you, you must be careful of her. Especially don't go looking for her. She's really powerful. The middle-aged man sneered. Then do you know how powerful my demon Dao family is? Tendo blinked. I don't know. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He put away the portrait. Go back and tell him that my demon Dao family will bring this woman's head to him. We will let him know that his so-called backer is less than an ant in the eyes of my demon Dao family. Tendo quickly shook her head. No, she's very, very powerful. Don't go looking for her, really. The middle-aged man suddenly said unhappily. Don't you think you're annoying? Tendo. P.S. Last night, I had a dream. I dreamed that I was first in the monthly votes. Chapter 1196. The middle-aged man left. He left with the portrait of the woman in the plain dress that Tendo gave him. In the starry sky, Tendo looked at the middle-aged man who disappeared at the end of the starry sky and grinned. Good luck, hee. At this moment, a woman walked out from behind Tendo. It was Agio. Tendo looked at Agio. Did Yi Xian ask you to kill him? Agio nodded. Tendo smiled and said, It's fine. You can go back. Agio looked at Tendo. You are a swordsman. Tendo nodded. Yes. Agio said casually, Want to spar? Tendo shook her head. No spar. Agio frowned slightly. Why? Tendo smiled and said, My sword is used to kill, not to spar. With that said, she turned and left. At this moment, Agio suddenly appeared in front of her again. She looked at Tendo. Spar. Tendo blinked. I admit defeat. With that said, her figure turned illusory. Agio suddenly drew her sword and stabbed out. The space where Tendo was immediately turned illusory. However, Tendo still disappeared without a trace. That sword was unable to stop Tendo. Agio was silent. At this moment, a woman walked out from behind her. It was Situ. Situ said softly. This Tendo is much stronger than that person from Spirit Region. Agio sheathed her sword. He is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Situ nodded. Agio said, Let's go. With that said, the two women left. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You shouldn't have meddled in this matter. Yi Xian smiled and said, I can't just watch you get bullied. Xiao Dao hesitated and said, I might need your help in the future. Yi Xian smiled and said, All right. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you going to ask me what I need your help with? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're my friend. With that, he turned around and left. Friends. In the pawnshop, Xiao Dao was silent. Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan and continued to cultivate. Presently, he was already capable of skillfully controlling the energy of the stars. And if he were to fight that middle-aged man in the starry sky earlier, then he was confident in his ability to kill that middle-aged man with a single strike of his sword. In the starry sky, he was the ruler of the starry sky. Now, he was going to fuse with the 8th floor's Dao Law. Yi Xian arrived at the 8th floor. On the 8th floor stood a woman. She wore a black dress, and her features were like a painting. She was very beautiful, but her eyes were a bit cold. Yi Xian walked in and smiled. Hello. The woman walked over to Yi Xian, and then she sized up Yi Xian and said, You really are quite similar. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Like what? The woman shook her head. It's nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder. In the next moment, the space around them trembled, and it wasn't long before they appeared in the night sky. The woman gazed at the night sky and spoke softly. I'm the Dao Law of a domain, and I've gathered a myriad of domains into myself. Since ancient times until now, I've basically possessed all the domains. The Tao law of a domain. Yi Xian was stunned. And then he said, "Are you going to teach me all the domains?" The woman shook her head. "No, I want you to understand a myriad of domains. Because I know their strengths and weaknesses, and that includes yours." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. "Activate the sword domain." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he activated the sword domain. The woman stomped her right foot lightly on the ground, and then a strand of mysterious energy surged towards the surroundings. In an instant, Yi Xian's sword domain had vanished without a trace. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. He stared at the woman and asked, "How did you accomplish that?" The woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, "What's the foundation of your sword domain?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "The sword." The woman asked another question, "What's the foundation of the sword?" Yi Xian answered, "Man." The woman asked another question, "What's the foundation of man?" Yi Xian was stunned. The woman gazed at Yi Xian and said, "Man uses the heavens and the earth as his foundation. You're in this world, so you're within the Grand Tao. Within the Grand Tao, you have to rely on the heavens and the earth. I wasn't destroying your sword domain just now. I was destroying your foundation." As she spoke, she withdrew a wooden stick and said, "The best way to break this stick is to exert force from the center. But there's actually a better way. You can use a saber, and not your hand. Isn't it simpler to use a saber than your hand?" Yi Xian fell silent. The woman said, "Actually, very few people care about the essence of the essence of the essence. As it's said, destroying all techniques with a single strike of the sword is to use the simplest method to deal with a problem." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I use my sword perception as my foundation." The woman interrupted Yi Xian and said, "Indeed, your sword domain is very formidable because you possess your sword perception. However, I didn't target your sword perception. It's like hitting a snake where it hurts. A snake's venom is very strong. So why go head-on against its venom? You just have to punch it where it hurts, and it would be gone. Your sword perception is very formidable, but I didn't target your sword perception. Because your sword domain is based on this expanse of space and the earth here, and I target this expanse of space and the earth here. Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Xian was enlightened when he heard this. "I understand. Then how should I counter it?" The woman said, "Let's not talk about that for now. What you have to do now is learn the domain of others." Yi Xian nodded and said, "All right." Actually, he wanted to learn the domain of others as well. The woman waved her hand lightly, and then the space before her and Yi Xian started to warp. It didn't take long for some experts to appear in that expanse of space. Yi Xian's expression gradually became solemn. Domain. The sword domain wasn't the only domain of the sword in this world. However, he didn't know much about the other domains, because he very rarely encountered experts who possessed a domain. But at this moment, after he saw the domains of some experts, he noticed that they were really very strong. Just like that, the woman ceaselessly demonstrated those domains to Yi Xian. He even saw sword domains amongst them. And there was more than one. Only now did he realize that not all swordsmen's sword domains were the same. Every single swordsman's sword domain was different. Some sword domains were used to kill, some were used to defend, and there were even some that were used to flee. A single strike of the sword could send one flying 500,000 kilometers. Besides the sword domain, there were other domains like the saber domain, the spear domain. At any rate, there were all sorts of domains. Just like that, time trickled by. Around 2 days later, Yi Xian sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend. Domain. Even though he'd comprehended 3 types of domains, he still didn't know much about them, because he very rarely saw other experts utilize domains. But now he'd witnessed thousands of domains. Learning from them, he was currently learning from the advantages of those domains. The woman looked at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Yi Xian's natural talent and comprehension ability were extremely good, and he understood everything with a single point. In the beginning, she was slightly worried that Yi Xian would be lost after experiencing so many domains. But now it would seem like he wasn't worried at all. Just like that, time trickled by. Around 5 days later, Yi Xian stood up and took a step forward. In the next moment, he'd appeared 300 m away. Sword domain. Yi Xian was slightly excited because he noticed that it really worked. So long as he willed it, then he could instantly appear anywhere he wanted within the sword domain. This wasn't just pure speed. This was teleportation. Within the sword domain, he'd surpassed the scope of speed. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword. As he stabbed with his sword, a ray of light flashed from over 100 m away. This strike disregarded space and distance. Yi Xian instantly became excited when he witnessed this scene. His sword disregarded everything within the sword domain, including space and time. Yi Xian attacked once more. And it didn't take long for numerous rays of light to appear within the sword domain. These rays of light appeared in an extremely mysterious and traceless manner. It was like they'd emerged from space, and it was extremely mysterious. Meanwhile, the eighth Dao ancestor appeared by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian gazed at the woman, and the woman nodded. "You've learned well." Yi Xian put his sword away and said, "Young miss, may I know your name?" The woman replied, "Su Su." "Su Su." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Miss Su Su, it's time for me to go look for big sister." Su Su gazed at Yi Xian. "What are you thinking about? We haven't even started yet." Yi Xian said, "I've already learned how to utilize the sword domain." Su Su shook her head and chuckled. "Not yet. I'm just letting you understand domains." Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "What do you mean?" Su Su spoke softly. "I'm the Dao law of a domain. Don't you want to know about my special ability?" Yi Xian hurriedly asked. "What special ability?" Su Su smiled. "Activate the sword domain." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he issued a command with his will. And the sword domain appeared here. Right at this moment, Su Su suddenly vanished. A moment later, the space within the sword domain trembled violently, and then some sort of force appeared here. Yi Xian was quite surprised. "What's that?" Su Su's voice suddenly resounded. "My special ability is to allow your domain to temporarily transcend this world. Simply speaking, if someone fights you, then that person won't be able to break through your domain by force. Even a self-release realm expert wouldn't be able to accomplish it. Unless that person possesses the strength of those 3 swords at the top of the pagoda. Otherwise, an ordinary expert wouldn't be able to break through your domain at all. Moreover, once I fuse with you, you'll be able to rely on my strength to imitate the myriad domain. Even though you won't be able to use that domain forever, you'll be able to rely on this imitation to swiftly find your opponent's flaws." Yi Xian was instantly unable to maintain his calm when he heard this. Imitate the myriad domain. How freakish was that? So long as he willed it, he could be a spear cultivator, saber cultivator, fist cultivator. Moreover, if he encountered another expert in the future, then so long as that expert utilized their domain, then he would be able to swiftly find their flaws. Su Su is too freakish. Su Su continued. "Don't let your thoughts run wild. Fuse well with me now, and when you fight others in the future, you just have to issue a command, and I'll become one with you." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Su Su, what's Big Sister's ability?" He was extremely curious about his big sister's ability. That was his big sister, the big sister of all Dao laws. Her ability was absolutely freakish. Chapter 1197. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Su smiled and said, "You will know soon enough." Yi Xian was speechless. Why did everyone like to keep him in suspense? In the following period of time, Yi Xian began to cultivate crazily, fusing with Su Su. During this period, he discovered that Su Su was more terrifying than he had imagined. Her amplification of his 3 domains could be described as terrifying, heaven-defying. While Yi Xian was cultivating, the 5th dimension had also undergone great changes. After the arrival of the experts from the spirit realm, the 5th dimension had become very lively. Of course, the more people there were, the more disputes there were. During this period, the 5th dimension also experienced some chaos, but fortunately, they were all suppressed by Amu. Now the ones in charge of the 5th dimension were Amu and Qian. The 2 sisters represented Yi Xian. Although the 2 girls were not that strong, No one dared to look down on them, because they had Yi Xian behind them. In a room, a Qian and a Mu were discussing some matters. A Qian said in a deep voice, "Too many people from Spirit Realm have come." A Mu nodded. "Yes, there are a lot." A Qian looked at a Mu. "The more they come, the harder it is to control them." Saying this, she said helplessly, "Why does that guy want the people of Spirit Realm to come?" A Mu smiled. "Very simple. He wants to gather the power of the entire fifth dimension to resist the fifth dimension calamity." A Qian said in a deep voice, "That kind of calamity is not something an ordinary person can resist." A Mu asked in reply, "Then are we just going to let them wait for death?" Saying this, she looked at a Qian. "Have you ever thought that if the fifth dimension calamity comes, and there is no one to lead them, under that kind of despair, what do you think they will do?" A Qian was silent. A Mu said softly, "There's nothing a person who's desperate can do. Moreover, I feel that if all the experts of the fifth dimension and spirit realm join forces, they may be able to resist the fifth dimension calamity." A Qian was silent. The top powerhouses of the entire universe had all joined hands? Such a thing had never happened before in history. A Mu smiled. Just as he was about to speak, a woman walked in. It was Guanyin. A Mu looked at Guanyin. "Is something the matter, Miss Guan?" Guanyin glanced at a Mu and said, "There are many conflicts between Spirit Realm and the people of the fifth dimension. How do you plan to resolve them?" A Mu was about to speak when a voice suddenly sounded, "Kill whoever causes trouble." The three girls turned around and saw Yi Xian walking over slowly from afar. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "Some conflicts can't be resolved by killing." Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "Then we'll keep killing." With that said, he looked at a Mu. "Pass down the order. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble." A Mu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right." With that, she retreated. A Qian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You've broken through?" Yi Xian nodded and smiled. "I heard you've been very busy recently." A Qian hurriedly said, "Not very busy, very busy. Really, we've been so busy that we've almost fainted." Yi Xian nodded. "You can call more people to help. For example." With that said, he looked at Guanyin. "For example, Miss Guan." Guanyin glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian then said, "A Qian, I'm preparing to form an alliance. I've already thought of a name. It'll be called the Fifth Dimension Alliance." A Qian blinked. "In the blink of an eye, five-dimensional alliance?" Yi Xian nodded. "No matter if it's the forces of Spirit Realm or the fifth dimension, they must all join the Fifth Dimension Alliance." A Qian hesitated, then said, "If we force it like this, I'm afraid many people will be disgusted." Yi Xian shook his head. "Now is not the time to be merciful. The fifth dimension tribulation is about to arrive, and I don't want to cause internal strife before it arrives." A Qian wanted to say something, but at this time, Guanyin suddenly said, "We can do this. Announce the seriousness of the fifth dimension tribulation to everyone, and let them know about it. Then tell them that as long as they are willing to join the fifth dimension alliance, they can resist the fifth dimension tribulation together with us. If they aren't willing, then when the fifth dimension tribulation arrives in the future, we won't care if they aren't a member of the alliance." Yi Xian was silent. A Qian looked at Yi Xian. At this time, Guanyin said, "This way, many forces will fight to join our alliance, because we are strong enough. Let alone others. As long as the ancient race, Saint Hall, and my spirit race join, other forces will definitely follow suit. Moreover, they will beg us to let them join." Yi Xian nodded. "This method is feasible." Guanyin continued, "We must publicize the dangers of the fifth dimension tribulation, so that everyone has an understanding of it. At the same time, I suggest that we form an alliance army. This army's mission is to enforce the law. Any forces that cause trouble during this period of time will be killed without mercy. Of course, in order to avoid killing the innocent, the alliance army must be led by someone you can trust." Yi Xian nodded. "I have a choice." Guanyin nodded. "The experts of the spirit realm are stronger than those of the fifth dimension. In order to avoid conflicts between the two sides, I suggest that the experts of both sides split up. The spirit realm will live on one side, while the fifth dimension will live on the other. Both sides will cooperate, but they will also be separated to avoid conflicts between large and small. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Continue. Guanyin nodded. In order to resist the fifth dimension tribulation, we definitely need the main force of experts. We must train more experts. As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. Gather the resources of all the forces to train them. Of course, we can only train those with top talent. Qian suddenly said, "This is easy to say but difficult to do. We don't have that many cultivation resources." Guanyin said gravely, "The spirit realm does." Yi Xian and Qian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin said softly, "The spirit race, the ancient race, and the Saint Hall. Our three forces have deep foundations. If we work together, it won't be difficult to train another batch of origin-breaking realm experts." Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "Using your benefits?" Guanyin nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Are you willing?" Guanyin said, "If we can't survive the fifth dimension tribulation, are we going to bury those resources with us?" Yi Xian was silent. Guanyin said, "Don't worry, the ancient race and the Saint Hall will agree, because they know how terrifying the fifth dimension tribulation is. You don't need to worry about them having any thoughts about you. Right now, what those peak forces fear the most is that you don't care." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Guanyin said, "Because the sixth dimension is willing to bring you up. As long as you are willing, you can leave this universe at any time. And in this universe, only you can lead everyone to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. It can be said that the people of this universe need you, not the other way around. Therefore they are afraid that you will leave." As she said this, she looked at Yi Xian. "My spirit race is also afraid." It could be said that if the fifth dimension didn't have Yi Xian, the fifth dimension would have no hope at all. Once the fifth dimension tribulation arrived, how many people would die? Moreover, if there was no Yi Xian, the fifth dimension would fall into chaos. The reason why the fifth dimension was so peaceful was because of Yi Xian's suppression. If Yi Xian wasn't here, she didn't dare to imagine how chaotic the fifth dimension would become. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's do as you said before. Also, I have an idea, and that is to have the ancient race, spirit race, and Saint Temple send someone to be an elder of the fifth dimension alliance. The authority of an elder is second only to the alliance master. What do you think?" Guanyin asked, "How many elders will there be?" Yi Xian said 7. Guanyin said, 3 from the spirit realm? Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. "Miss Guan, it's best not to divide the spirit realm into the fifth dimension. Do you understand what I mean?" Guanyin glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. "I understand." Yi Xian said, "Miss Guan, you have full authority to handle the matter you just mentioned. Is there a problem?" Guanyin nodded. "No problem." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Go do what you need to do." Guanyin didn't say anything else and retreated. Qian looked at Yi Xian. "This Miss Guan is really not bad." Yi Xian nodded. It couldn't be denied that Guanyin's ability was very strong. Whether it was her personal strength or her battle prowess, they were the best in this universe. Qian said again, "What do you plan to do next?" Yi Xian said, "Increase the strength of everyone." Saying this, he slowly closed his eyes. "What we need to do now is to increase the strength of the entire fifth dimension." Qian was silent. Increase the strength of the entire fifth dimension. She could see that Yi Xian was serious this time. He could have left, but for the sake of his friends he stayed. Since he was staying, he would definitely do his job well, and lead everyone to survive. Fifth dimension calamity. Qian suddenly smiled. "Then let's fight against this fifth dimension calamity." Yi Xian smiled. "Let's fight." A moment later, Yi Xian left. Yi Xian returned to his courtyard. The current him had already fused perfectly with Su Su. As long as he wanted, Su Su could become one with him at any time. It had to be said that these Tao laws taking the initiative to help him was twice the result with half the effort. This was because there were many things that he didn't need to understand. They would do it themselves. And they would even take the initiative to cooperate with him. And now, he was still missing the last Tao law. Big Sister. According to Big Sister, once all the Tao laws were gathered, they would be invincible in the fifth dimension. He really looked forward to it. If all the Tao laws were gathered, how strong would they be? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, he was already in the prison pagoda. Yi Xian came to the 8th floor. Because the 9th floor hadn't left, Big Sister was also on the 8th floor. It was worth mentioning that the 9th floor was now in the prison pagoda. This guy said that the prison pagoda was the safest now. When Yi Xian came to the 9th floor, Big Sister had already been waiting there for a long time. Yi Xian walked in front of Big Sister and smiled. Big Sister. Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. Are you curious about what kind of Tao law I am? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Big Sister smiled. My Tao law is slightly more special than theirs. Yi Xian asked. Big Sister was also created by the Prophet? Big Sister nodded. Yes. My existence is both to restrain the sisters and to strengthen them. Yi Xian was stunned. Then he said, Big Sister is a support-type Tao law? Big Sister nodded. After saying that, she gently placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. Boom! Yi Xian's body trembled. Chapter 1198. At this moment, Yi Xian could feel all the Tao laws. It was different from before, because at this moment, he felt like those Tao laws were a part of his body. Every Tao law was a part of Yi Xian's body. A true perfect fusion. Big Sister looked at Yi Xian. How do you feel now? Yi Xian was a little excited. I feel like they're a part of my body. Big Sister nodded. I have 3 abilities. The first is amplification. I can greatly increase the abilities of every Tao law. You can try activating the Tao law now. Yi Xian nodded. He left Xiao Ta and appeared outside. Then, the space Tao law appeared between his brows. He opened his palm, and the surrounding space started to strangely decompose, layer by layer. At this moment, the space he was in became extremely strange. Yi Xian shifted his consciousness. In an instant, the space around him went back to normal. Yi Xian suddenly said, Dodge! As his voice fell, he had already appeared several dozen feet away. Spatial teleportation. This had already surpassed the scope of speed. It was directly spatial teleportation, a kind of change in position between 2 spaces. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. Gather! In the blink of an eye, a powerful force suddenly appeared in his palm. The power of space. The power that was absorbed from the surrounding space. Big Sister's voice suddenly sounded. With your current ability, together with the space Tao law and me, you can instantly shatter the surrounding space for hundreds of thousands of miles. Of course, using such a great power will cause your body to suffer a bit of backlash, because your current strength is not enough to completely withstand such a great power. If you can reach the self-release realm, you can affect the entire 5th dimension with a single thought. Affect the 5th dimension. Yi Xian's expression changed. This was too heaven-defying. Big Sister said again. My second ability is my unique special ability, Dark Extermination. Yi Xian was a little confused. Dark Extermination? Big Sister said. Yes, with a single thought, all things can be Dark Extermination. Yi Xian said. What is Dark Extermination? Eldest Sister said softly. It is the dark night. This world is divided into yin and yang, as well as day and night. I can forcefully reverse the white and black, and control the dark matter energy in the night. As the voice faded, the world in front of Yi Xian suddenly darkened. Everything could not be seen. Big Sis said, dark matter exists in the dark space. It's an extremely lethal force. Now, you can use me to feel this force. Yi Xian nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, he sensed some strange power around him. Dark power. These forces existed in this space. No, it should be said that these forces were everywhere. But very few people could detect them and control them. Big Sister's voice sounded again. Let me teach you how to control this dark force. Yi Xian nodded. All right. In the following days, Yi Xian began to learn dark power from his elder sister. On this day, a white-robed old man suddenly appeared somewhere in the starry sky. As soon as the white-robed elder appeared, A woman appeared in front of him. Tendo. Tendo looked at the white-robed elder and said with a smile, "Demonic Path family?" The white-robed elder looked at Tendo. "You're just a little Tendo. Why do I feel that you're so dangerous?" Tiandao smiled and said, "Is that so? That might be your misconception." The white-robed elder looked deeply at Tendo, but in the end, he did not dare to make a move. This person in front of him was unfathomable. He did not dare to move. Tendo suddenly asked, "What's the matter?" The white-robed elder said softly, "I'm here to confirm something." Tendo asked, "What is it?" The white-robed elder looked at Tendo. "Rumor has it that there's an extraordinary person in the fifth dimension called the Prophet. He claims to know the past and the future, and he has a mysterious book house, right?" Tendo narrowed her eyes, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. The next moment, she gently swiped with her fingers. Chi. The white-robed elder's throat was directly split open, and his head flew out. Blood splattered. It was an instant kill. The moment the white-robed elder's head flew out, he had a strange smile on his face. Tendo's expression was a bit solemn. At this moment a voice came from beside her. "What's the matter?" Tendo said softly, "Something big has happened." That voice was somewhat puzzled. "What big matter?" Tendo shook her head. "I promised him that year that I would help him hide his true identity, but now it seems that I can't hide it anymore." As she said this, she raised her head and looked at the starry sky, saying softly, "He came really fast." That voice asked again, "The him you mentioned is the Prophet?" Tendo said softly, "Who else could it be other than him?" That voice asked again, "Who is he?" Tendo said softly, "A pitiful guy. Of course Yi Xian is even more pitiful, this scapegoat." As she said this, she shook her head. "No, if something big happens, who can bear it? I have to hide for a while. It's too dangerous." As she said this, she turned and ran. That voice suddenly sounded, "Aren't you going to warn him?" Tendo's voice floated from afar. "I have already warned him." Below, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and Tendo's voice sounded in his head. "Dangerous, very dangerous, very dangerous. Don't look for me. I have already left the fifth dimension." Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. Dangerous? Very dangerous. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Yi Xian was confused. At this time, the elder sister's voice suddenly sounded. "She doesn't seem to be joking." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I know she is not joking, but what is the danger?" His current enemies could be said to be relatively few. There were no enemies in the fifth dimension, but there were some in the sixth dimension, but they should be few. It could be said that unless all the forces in the sixth dimension joined forces to attack him, he should not be in that much danger. But from Tendo's tone, it seemed that he was going to die for sure. What is the danger? He really wanted to ask, but he could not contact her. That woman couldn't really have left the fifth dimension, right? The elder sister said in a deep voice, "You can't contact her?" Yi Xian shook his head. His expression was somewhat solemn. He knew that although Tendo was usually joking, she was still very reliable when it came to serious matters. She must have discovered something dangerous, so she reminded him. What kind of danger could it be? Yi Xian pondered. After a moment, the elder sister suddenly said, "Don't think too much. No matter what danger it is, you have to face it. Right now, your top priority is to fuse with me as soon as possible. At that time, you will have the capital to deal with any danger." Yi Xian nodded. As the elder sister said, his top priority now was to improve himself, completely master the Tao Law, and use all the abilities of the Prism Pagoda. As for danger, how many times had he encountered in his life? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian began to cultivate. Somewhere in the starry sky, in the depths of this starry sky, there stood an extremely grand palace. The palace spanned tens of thousands of miles, like a giant beast hiding in the starry sky, causing people to feel fear. Demon Dao Palace. The Demon Dao clan was not in the sixth dimension, nor was it in the fifth dimension. They were similar to the spirit realm, belonging to an independent world, the Dao world. However, unlike the spirit realm, the universe they were in was very big, even bigger than the sixth dimension. Above the sixth dimension was the Dao world. This place was known as the origin of the Great Tao. The legendary ancient scripture, the Tao scripture, originated from this place. The Tao world's ancient history recorded. In the first year of the immemorial era, scriptures descended from the heavens and spread to the various worlds. The Tao scripture was known as the number one wondrous book, and the origin of the self-release realm came from one of the scriptures. The Great Tao has 50, the heavens have 49, and man has only one. And because of this sentence, a super expert, Yi Lanting, appeared in the Tao world. She was the first self-release realm expert in the Tao world, and what she obtained was only one page of the scripture. Moreover, this page was not complete, it was a remnant page. According to the records, the Tao scripture had a total of 9 pages. After Yi Lanting achieved the Great Tao, she began to frantically search for the remaining remnant pages of the Tao scripture. But there was no more. Some said she found it. Some said she did not find it. In any case, she was no longer here. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The Tao scripture had become a legend, but the people of the Tao world had never given up on searching for it, especially those experts who had reached the Great Tao self-release realm. Their obsession with the Tao scripture had reached a crazy level, because after they reached self-release, they were lost. There was no path ahead. How could they go? Many self-release realm experts couldn't find a path, even after comprehending for their entire lives. They knew that if they wanted to continue walking, they could only find that Tao scripture. Even if they found a remnant page, it was fine. In the history of the Tao world, countless experts had frantically searched for the Tao scripture. Moreover, these experts were basically all self-release realm experts. In modern history, the Tao scripture had really appeared once. Yi Qingji, Yi Lanting's descendant Yi Qingji, was a heaven-warping genius, reaching self-release before the age of 20, becoming the most monstrous genius in the history of the Tao world, shocking the Tao world. However, it attracted a great disaster, because at that time, it was rumored that Yi Qingji obtained the Tao scripture left behind by his ancestor, Yi Lanting. On the day of Yi Lanting's breakthrough, 39 peak self-release realm experts gathered at the Yi family. After that day, the entire Yi family was exterminated, and Yi Qingji's whereabouts were unknown. Everyone knew that Yi Qingji hadn't died, because those great factions had frantically searched for him. However, there was no news at all. It was as if Yi Qingji had vanished from the face of the earth. In the Demon Tao Hall, a middle-aged man was sitting. This person was the current patriarch of the Demon Tao family, Mo Yuan. The entire hall was empty. Only Mo Yuan was there. At this moment, the space in front of Mo Yuan suddenly trembled slightly. Gradually, Mo Yuan's calm expression changed. After a moment, Mo Yuan slowly clenched his fists. After a while, Mo Yuan slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian. Samsara. What a good samsara. What a good Yi Qingji. You actually used this kind of method to avoid the pursuit of the Tao world's experts. No wonder no one was able to find any news about you all these years. At this moment, a voice rang out beside Mo Yuan. I've already investigated. That plain-dress woman is at the self-release realm. Only someone at the self-release realm can forcefully break through the barrier of the universe and enter our Tao world from the 6th dimension. Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed. It's impossible for a self-release realm expert to appear in the 5th dimension. There is only one explanation. The Tao scripture is in the lower realm, the study room. The Tao scripture must be in that study room. At this moment, the voice suddenly rang out. What about the plain-dress woman? Mo Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. This woman must have seen the Tao scripture. She can't be left alive. Let the black and white emissaries detain her. Remember, don't let them kill anyone. Leave her alive. I want her alive. The voice said. Understood. Immediately arrange it. P.S. Today is the birthday of my book friend Embark. She wants me to add 1 chapter. I feel that I can't refuse, so I added 1 chapter. Happy birthday to Embark. Chapter 1199. Inside the palace, Missouri Yuan slowly closed his eyes. At this moment he was abnormally excited. Yi Qingji, the person that the entire Tao world was searching for, had unexpectedly entered reincarnation. Yi Xian. The corners of Mo Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, and then gradually widened. Tao scripture. At this moment, Mo Yuan was very excited. He had never thought that by a freak combination of factors, he would actually discover the whereabouts of the Tao scripture. Actually, he had never thought that the prophet and Yi Xian would have any relationship. He had sent people down to investigate Yi Xian, because the people who returned said that Yi Xian was extremely talented and strong, and had already comprehended sword cognition. The demonic path families would not underestimate such a genius, so he had sent people down to investigate. But he had never thought that while investigating Yi Xian, he would find the prophet. It had to be said that this was a pleasant surprise. A great surprise. Mo Yuan laughed again. He was now at the self-release tier, beyond the great Tao, but there was no path in front of him. He did not think that he could walk a path, because since ancient times, how many super elites with extraordinary talent had died at the self-release tier? Didn't even Yi Lanting, who had stunned the entire Tao world, disappear? He had never thought that at this time, there would be the whereabouts of the Tao scripture. Could it be that the heavens were helping him? Haha. In the palace, Missouri Yuan's laughter floated. In the five-dimensional universe, Yi Xian and Big Sister had perfectly fused, and now he completely controlled all regulations. In a starry sky, Yi Xian stood quietly, and in his hand was the prison pagoda. Yi Xian looked at the prison pagoda in his hand, and said with a smile, "I want to see how strong the prison pagoda is after all the regulations are gathered." Big Sister said, "Wait until we meet an elite." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Why? Big Sister said, "Because the destructive power is too strong." Yi Xian, Big Sister said, "With your current strength, if you can reach the Shattering Void tier, with Xiao Ta and your sword Dao, you can completely face a self-release tier elite." A head-on collision. Yi Xian took a deep breath. This was equivalent to being invincible in the fifth dimension. This was because there were no self-release realm experts in the entire fifth dimension. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Big Sister, do you know the strength of a fifth dimension Tendo?" Munyanyan. He was very curious about this woman's strength. After a moment of silence, eldest sister said, "I don't know. I can only say that you must be careful of this woman." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" The eldest sister said softly, "Because she is very dangerous. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to have any hostility towards you. Otherwise, you would have a headache." Yi Xian nodded. "That's true." If Tendo became his enemy, he would definitely have a headache. This woman was too scary. Eldest sister continued, "You can go find Guan Yin and the others, and have them help you reach the Shattering Void tier. Preferably the Returning Element Shattering Realm tier. With your current foundation and foundation, once you reach the Returning Element Shattering Realm tier, your strength will be very strong. Probably even a half-step self-release tier elite won't be able to take your sword." Yi Xian was actually a bit freakish now, because he was only in the ruler tier, but his battle prowess was stronger than an ordinary half-step self-release tier elite. If he activated his bloodline, even a half-step self-release tier elite wouldn't be his match. And if he reached the Returning Element Shattering Realm tier, he could definitely easily kill a half-step self-release tier elite. Now, Yi Xian's greatest weakness was that his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, I have to increase my cultivation level." After saying so, he turned and left. The next moment he appeared in Guanyin's courtyard. The present him, as long as he wanted, could appear anywhere within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. Space Dao. It could be said that he had truly utilized the Space Dao to its limits. As soon as he arrived at Guanyin's courtyard, the door to Yi Xian's room suddenly opened, and then a woman walked out. It was Guanyin. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "Is there something you need?" Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Guan, I would like to ask you to help me break through." Guanyin fell silent for a moment and said, "Shattering the void?" Yi Xian nodded. Guanyin sized up Yi Xian and said, "It shouldn't be difficult. Your foundation is too good, so it shouldn't be a problem." Yi Xian smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Guanyin nodded. Come with me. She turned and left after saying that. Yi Xian followed Guanyin to a riverside. There were two old men standing in front of her, and they were both half-step self-release realm experts of the Spirit of Yin race. They were the only two remaining half-step self-release realm experts of the Spirit of Yin race. Guanyin took out a black box and passed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened the black box, and there was a pitch-black pill within it. Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. What's this? Guanyin said. A void advancement pill, a very precious thing. Yi Xian asked. Can it be mass-produced? Guanyin shook her head. It's very difficult. First, a void advancement pill requires a large amount of natural treasures. Secondly, a god-rank alchemist needs to spend at least 1 or 2 months to refine a single void advancement pill. Moreover, it isn't a 100% success rate, and there's a very high chance of failure. Yi Xian thought deeply for a moment, and then he said, Let me introduce you to someone who refines pills. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Someone who refines pills. Yi Xian smiled and said, That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, he called Xiaolinger over. Guanyin looked at Xiaolinger. Her. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Guanyin's expression was slightly strange. Xiaolinger glanced at the void advancement pill in Yi Xian's hand. Is it this one? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, can you refine it? Xiaolinger glanced at the pill again, and then she said, Wait. As soon as she finished speaking, she returned to the Prism Pagoda. In next to no time, Xiaolinger started to get busy within the Prism Pagoda. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Are you joking? Yi Xian smiled and said, Do I look like I'm joking? Guanyin hesitated for a moment, and then she said, We want to help you break through. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Xiaolinger suddenly appeared here. She opened her palm, and there were 2 pills there. Both of them were void advancement pills. The expressions of Guanyin and the other 2 old men instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. Void advancement pills. Guanyin hurriedly took the 2 pills. She sized them up for a moment, and then her expression became slightly solemn. They really are. As she spoke, she gazed at Xiaolinger, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. You were able to refine them in such a short period of time? Xiaolinger spoke indifferently. Is it very difficult to refine them? Guanyin was speechless. Xiaolinger gazed at Yi Xian. Is something the matter? Yi Xian smiled and said, Can you help us refine more of these pills? Xiaolinger shook her head. I don't have enough materials. Meanwhile, Guanyin suddenly said, We'll give you the materials. Xiaolinger gazed at Guanyin. How many do you have? Guanyin hesitated for a moment before she said, We can get a huge amount. Xiaolinger hurriedly shook her head. No, I want to refine my own pills. Guanyin gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian gazed at Xiaolinger. Xiaolinger puckered her lips and said, Big brother, these pills are trash. I don't want to spend too much time on these trash pills. Guanyin was speechless. However, Yi Xian said excitedly, Do you have better elixirs? Xiaolinger nodded. I do. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a pill appeared there. As soon as the pill appeared, a refreshing fragrance instantly filled the surroundings. The pill was only the size of a thumb, and it was completely crystalline. Moreover, it was covered in white light. It was obviously extraordinary. Yi Xian blinked and then asked, What elixir is this? Xiaolinger grinned. It's called the marrow cleansing pill. It can change the flaws of a person's body and make their body more suitable for cultivation. As she spoke, she withdrew a book and looked through it. After that she said, It also says that if an ordinary person consumes this pill, then their body will undergo a huge change and become a superb physique for cultivation. A monster. Meanwhile, Guanyin spoke abruptly. Yi Xian gazed at Guanyin. Guanyin spoke solemnly. Our clan has such pills as well, and I've consumed many of them in the past. However, they're like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the pill in her hand. In other words, if you have enough of these pills, you can cultivate a large number of super geniuses in the future. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. In spirit region, newborn children like us from large clans and forces are born with a certain amount of talent. However, most of it depends on nurturing. Most of the time, the environment determines everything. Yi Xian fell silent. Environment determines everything. That was true. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to struggle to make a name for himself. However, for some people, their birth was the endpoint that others could never reach in their lifetime. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at Xiaolinger. Do you have any other pills? Xiaolinger nodded. Yes, I have many more. I've refined a lot of them. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out some more pills. Looking at the densely packed pills in Xiaolinger's hands, Yi Xian and the others were petrified. These pills were truly priceless, especially one called the Resurrection Pill. This pill was known as the Resurrection Pill. As long as one's soul was not completely destroyed, it could bring the dead back to life. Apart from that, there were other miscellaneous pills. Although they were messy, they were quite useful, especially the Golden Body Indestructible Pill. After consuming it, one could temporarily possess an invincible golden body, and one's physical body could shake the heavens and earth. Seeing so many pills, Yi Xian and the others were shocked. Especially Yi Xian. He knew that Xiaolinger was refining pills, but he didn't know that she had refined so many top-grade pills. This little girl was too capable. At this moment, Guanyin suddenly said excitedly, "Give her to me." Yi Xian looked at Guanyin. Guanyin said excitedly, "With her we can definitely cultivate many super experts." Yi Xian smiled, then looked at Xiaolinger. "Can you help me refine the pills?" Xiaolinger grinned. "Okay." Nothing could make her happier than being able to help Yi Xian. Xiaolinger looked at Guanyin. "I need a lot of materials. Can you give them to me?" Guanyin smiled. "Yes." Xiaolinger smiled. "Okay." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "Swallow that pill. Then, I'll ask the two venerable elders to help you." Yi Xian nodded. He swallowed the pill. Soon a wave of pure energy swept out from his body. Chapter 1200. Breakthrough. In the following time, Yi Xian began to break through to the shattering void tier under the guidance of the two Spirit of Darkness elites. And Xiaolinger followed Guanyin to concoct pills. The entire fifth dimension was frantically searching for all kinds of supreme-grade natural treasures. Seeing the endless supply of natural treasures, Xiaolinger was overjoyed. When she was concocting pills in the prison tower, what she lacked the most were natural treasures. The people Yi Xian killed, and the treasures he obtained were all taken by her. With the endless supply of natural treasures, Xiaolinger began to concoct medicinal pills like crazy. With the appearance of those medicinal pills, the number of elites in the fifth dimension increased. The entire population improved. Now no forces were hiding anything, and were all helping those with talent and potential improve. Of course, they didn't help just anyone. The first to help were their own people. In other words, those who joined the Fifth Dimension Alliance. Tendo's pawn shop. Two women sat in the hall, Xiao Dao and the one-legged woman. Xiao Dao looked at the one-legged woman. "You can also break through." The one-legged woman nodded. "I know," Xiao Dao said softly. "I've already told Guanyin. You can go find her yourself later. She will arrange everything." The one-legged woman suddenly asked, "Can we really resist the fifth dimension tribulation?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "I don't know." The one-legged woman was silent. Xiao Dao smiled. "Just do your best." The one-legged woman nodded, stood up and left. She was the target of intensive training, which was also appointed by Yi Xian. It could be said that the power of the fifth dimension would be gathered to train her, Arrow, and Lancio and the others, because they were truly outstanding enough. After the one-legged woman left, Xiao Dao raised her head, and there was a trace of worry in her eyes. Tendo had disappeared. These few days, she had been trying to contact Tendo, but that woman seemed to have vanished from the world, without a trace. She had a bad premonition. Moreover, that feeling was getting stronger and stronger. After a while, Xiao Dao stood up and left. She still decided to look for Tendo. There must be a reason for this woman's disappearance. If she didn't figure it out, she wouldn't feel at ease. By the river, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Beside him were the two spirits of 9 Yin. They were in charge of guiding Yi Xian during this period of time. At this moment, both of them had mixed feelings. Not long ago, the spirits of 9 Yin and Yi Xian were still fighting to the death. But now, both sides had no choice but to cooperate. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The two old men looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. He broke through just like that. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He stretched out his right hand, and the space in front of him immediately became illusory. Shattering Void Tier. He was now in the Shattering Void Tier, and it could be said that this was the easiest time for him to break through. The main reason why he broke through so quickly was that he once used Sword Domain to reach the state of Shattering Void Tier. It could be said that although he wasn't in the Shattering Void Tier before, he could use Sword Domain to reach the Shattering Void Tier, to create Shattering Void Tier. It was precisely because of this that he was so relaxed when breaking through to the Shattering Void Tier. The two old men behind Yi Xian didn't know this. When they saw that Yi Xian really broke through, the shock in their hearts could be said to be extreme. How long had it been? Less than a day, right? He broke through to the Shattering Void Tier. Was it so abnormal? Yi Xian turned to look at the two old men who were still shocked, and said with a smile, "Seniors, thank you." One of the old men hurriedly said, "Not at all. Young Master Yi is a genius. Even without the two of us, he could easily break through." Yi Xian smiled and said, "You can call me Yi Xian or little friend Yi. I don't really like the two words young Master Yi." The old man nodded. "All right." Yi Xian looked around, and then said, "Seniors, please go ahead." The two nodded slightly, and then took their leave. After the two left, Yi Xian's figure trembled, and directly appeared in a starry sky. He slowly closed his eyes, and his divine sense spread out like a net. Soon the whole starry sky was covered by his divine sense. In the next moment, he directly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. Not far in front of him was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "You also came to find her?" Yi Xian nodded. "When she left, she told me it was very dangerous, very dangerous. I don't know what danger she was talking about." Xiao Dao looked up into the starry sky and spoke softly. "She probably noticed something." Yi Xian nodded. "That woman, can't she speak clearly?" Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "My intuition tells me that it might be related to my clan." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "A clan of the Demon Dao?" Xiao Dao nodded. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Miss Xiao Dao, can you tell me about your Demon Dao clan?" Xiao Dao nodded slightly. The Demon Dao clan is an extraordinary clan in the Dao world. The reason the Demon Dao clan is able to become an overlord in the Dao world is mainly because of our bloodline. The power of our bloodline allows us to stand out from the masses, especially when it comes to cultivation. We're blessed by nature, and it's more than 10 times easier than ordinary people. Moreover, we're born with a special bloodline just like yours." As she spoke, she shook her head. "However, our success is due to the power of our bloodline, and our downfall is also due to the power of our bloodline." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian. "Because very few of us are able to surpass our ancestors and reverse our bloodline. If we can't reverse our bloodline, then it will become our shackles. So the power of our bloodline has its pros and cons." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "According to what you're saying, isn't it very difficult for my bloodline to break through?" Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. "What do you think?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "I think it's slightly difficult." Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "It's very difficult. Your bloodline is extremely abnormal, and the increase in your combat strength is simply indescribable. Moreover, the source of your bloodline seems to still be alive. In other words, if it doesn't die, then there's no end to the growth of your bloodline. So, it'll be even more difficult for you to break through. Understand?" Yi Xian smiled. "Why would I break through it? Wouldn't it be a good thing for me if it becomes stronger?" Xiao Dao shook her head. "You're really ambitious." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Xiao Dao, Can you tell me why you're here? Xiao Dao fell silent for a moment before she said, because our bloodline is special, so the women of our Devil Dao clans can't marry an ordinary person. Because in the eyes of our clans, that would taint our Devil Dao clan's bloodline. So if we want to get married, then we have to find someone whose bloodline isn't weaker than ours. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Your Devil Dao clan found someone for you, but you didn't like him, right? Xiao Dao nodded. He's a playboy, and he has more women than you do. Yi Xian was astounded. Big sister, can you explain it more clearly? What do you mean by more than me? I, Yi Xian, don't have many women, right? Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. You're trying to say that those women by your side are your friends, right? Yi Xian hurriedly said. There's nothing going on between me and them. Xiao Dao's face was expressionless. The best scum among scum. A scum. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao continued. Because I didn't agree to it. So I ran away and used some special methods to escape to this place. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. The Devil Dao clan didn't look for you? Xiao Dao spoke indifferently. They definitely did. But they never expected that I would escape to this place. But now they know. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. The problem isn't me but you. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You mean they might come to find trouble with me? Xiao Dao nodded. I'm afraid that they also want your study room. Yi Xian was puzzled. This study room is from the 5th dimension. It can only resist 5th dimension tribulations. The Devil Dao clan isn't from the 5th dimension. Why would they want this study room? It doesn't make sense. Xiao Dao spoke in a low voice. What do they want? Have you ever thought about where this study room came from? It must have come from above. What I'm most worried about now is that this study room isn't something ordinary. If that's the case, then congratulations. Although you haven't left the 5th dimension, your enemies are from all over the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao sighed. Take care of yourself. As she spoke, she turned and left. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the starry sky. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Enemies outside the starry sky. I'm really capable. As he spoke, he turned and left. To him, he didn't care at all. In any case, he had no lack of enemies. The most important thing to him now was to nurture the people around him. After the 5th dimension and spirit realm merged, the strength of the 5th dimension wasn't weak at all. However, it could still be stronger. If gods came, they would kill gods. If demons came, they would slay demons. Somewhere in the starry sky, a phantom floated in the starry sky. Behind him there were two people. One was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in black. Both of them were experts from the Devil Dao clan. Moreover, they were both at the self-release realm. The three of them floated in the starry sky, not in a hurry or slow. At this moment, the phantom suddenly said, The two of you, our clansmen, have instructed us to capture the plain-dressed woman alive. We must not harm her life. I hope the two of you will remember this. The person in white said in a low voice, The two of us only know how to kill people. The phantom said in a low voice, The two of you, this woman is extremely important to the patriarch. I hope the two of you can consider the bigger picture. The person in white looked at the phantom. What's the strength of that woman? The phantom said, According to our investigation, she should be at the self-release realm. The person in white slowly closed her eyes. Self-release realm. I hope she isn't too weak. Otherwise it would be too boring. The two of them hadn't fought for many years. Chapter 1201. In the depths of the distant starry sky. The starry sky was boundless. A person standing in the starry sky was as small as a speck of dust. At the end of the starry sky, a plain dress fluttered in the starry sky. In this vast starry sky, the woman seemed somewhat frail and lonely. The woman walked very slowly, as if she was taking a stroll. After a long time, the woman suddenly took out a small wooden figure. This small wooden figure looked exactly like Yi Xian. Looking at the small wooden figure in her hand, the woman's lips curled up. As if thinking of something, she suddenly looked at the end of the starry sky. At this moment, the smile on her face gradually became cold. I am not dead. So who can harm you? Who dares to harm you? In the past, she was only alive because of her brother's words. If you have the ability, then protect the common people of this world. She did it. She protected that part of the universe for tens of thousands of years. And now, she was alive because her brother was still alive. In fact, after that epiphany, she felt that living was meaningless. Sword Dao. She was already at the peak. Longevity? If she did not want to die, who could make her die? If she died one day, there was only one explanation. There was only one explanation, and that was that she wanted to die. But now she did not want to die. At this moment, the starry sky in the distance suddenly trembled. Soon, 3 people appeared in front of her. They were the mysterious expert from the demonic path family and the black and white envoys. All 3 of them were at the self-release realm. The plain-dressed woman collected her thoughts and looked at the 3 people in front of her. I only have one question. Who told you to find me? The figure smiled and said, I heard from the 5th dimension's Tendo that you are Yi Xian's little sister. The 5th dimension's Tendo. The plain-dressed woman turned her head and glanced down. Somewhere in the starry sky, a woman who was roasting fish suddenly raised her head. The next moment, she quickly turned and ran. I did not do anything. I did not do anything. As she spoke, she had already run back to the 5th dimension. She knew that if she was in the 5th dimension, that woman would not attack. Because this attack might even kill Yi Xian. When that woman had killing intent, the place where Yi Xian was the safest. The plain-dressed woman did not attack. The 5th dimension might not be able to withstand her sword, but Yi Xian might not be able to either. Moreover, there were many friends and relatives of Yi Xian in the 5th dimension. She didn't care, but she cared about Yi Xian's concern. Love me, love my dog. She didn't want him to be unhappy at all. The plain-dressed woman retracted her gaze. The moment she retracted her gaze, the Tendo in the 5th dimension heaved a sigh of relief. The 5th dimension Tendo raised his head to look at the starry sky and clicked his tongue. So strong. This strength. I can only describe it as King Hao. As she spoke, she seemed to think of something and said, this demon path family really went to find her. As she spoke to hear, she suddenly raised a thumb. The demonic path families really have guts. The demon Dao family. In the starry skies, there was a plain-dressed woman. The phantom smiled and said, Miss, we would like to invite you to our demonic path family as a guest. Is that possible? The plainly dressed woman looked at the phantom. Sure. The phantom was slightly taken aback. He agreed just like that? Wasn't he going to fight? The phantom looked at the plain-dressed woman and quickly understood. It was probably because the other party saw that he had 3 self-release realm experts on his side. So he gave up resisting. But this was also good. It saved him some trouble. The phantom calmly said, Please. As she finished speaking, she turned around and left with the black and white emissaries. Yi Xian followed them. On the way, the phantom looked at the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman's expression was calm. He couldn't see whether she was happy or angry. The phantom smiled and said, Your Excellency, aren't you going to ask why we are inviting you? The plain-dressed woman looked at the phantom and didn't say anything. The phantom suddenly transmitted his Xian Qi to the black and white emissaries. Can the 2 of you feel her true strength? After a moment of silence, the white emissary suddenly said, I can't feel it. This person has no aura. Hearing this, the white emissary's expression gradually sank. At this time, the black emissary suddenly said, Presumably, she has some secret method to hide her aura. The phantom nodded. The 3 of them couldn't feel the aura of the plain-dressed woman. There were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the plain-dressed woman had some secret method to hide her aura from them. The second was that the plain-dressed woman's strength far surpassed them. They couldn't feel the suppression of their realms. It was obviously the first. Above self-release realm? Even Yi Lanting of the Dao world hadn't reached that level all those years ago. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for her to reach above self-release realm, because there was no one above self-release realm in the entire Dao world. Self-release realm was the limit. At this time, the white emissary suddenly said, This woman doesn't give me a simple feeling. We can't be careless. The black emissary smiled and said, She really isn't simple. She can still be so calm when facing 3 self-release realm experts. I have to say that such determination is really rare. However, so what if she isn't simple? Can she fight against the 3 of us by herself? 1 against 3? The Phantom and the White Emissary shook their heads. Even though there were strong and weak self-release realm experts, and there were those who could fight 1 against 3, it was very rare. Those people were geniuses amongst geniuses, monstrous geniuses amongst monstrous geniuses. To put it simply, it was basically impossible to fight 1 against 3. As if thinking of something, the Phantom glanced at the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman's expression was still calm, without the slightest ripple in her eyes. The Phantom smiled faintly. Miss is a smart person. His meaning was very simple. The plain-dressed woman not resisting was a very wise decision. The plain-dressed woman still didn't speak. Soon the few of them saw a grand hall. Demonic Dao Hall. Even though the demonic Dao family clans weren't the top faction in the Dao world, they were considered a super first-rate faction and had a very great influence in the entire Dao world. Especially now, the demonic Dao family clans planned to form a marriage alliance with an emperor clan. This emperor clan was the #1 Daoist clan. Once the demonic Dao family clans formed a marriage alliance with an emperor clan, the demonic Dao family's status in the Dao world would rise once again. Soon, the Phantom and the other 2 brought the plain-dressed woman into the demonic Dao hall. Inside the hall, there was only Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman. All of you withdraw. The Phantom and the other 2 quietly withdrew. Soon, the entire demonic Dao hall was sealed off. Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman and said with a smile, I heard that your brother and my demonic Dao family's eldest daughter are already married. Moreover, the 5th Dimension's Tendo also said that if we are dissatisfied with this marriage, we can come to you. You will give us a very, very reasonable explanation. Now, I can tell you that my demonic Dao family is very dissatisfied with this marriage. Can you give me a very, very reasonable explanation? The plain-dressed woman looked at Mo Yuan. You want an explanation? Mo Yuan smiled. Yes. The plain-dressed woman took a step forward. When she took that step, a wisp of sword light suddenly appeared in front of Mo Yuan. 1 step and 1 sword. Mo Yuan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that the plain-dressed woman would make a move. However, he didn't panic at all. This was because he was confident. However, when that wisp of sword light appeared in front of him, his expression changed. What kind of sword was this? Just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that the sword had already pierced through him. Between his eyebrows, Mo Yuan was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What was going on? How could he have been pierced by this sword? This was impossible. Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman and said with a trembling voice, You. The plain-dressed woman looked at Mo Yuan. That is my explanation. 1 step and 1 sword and 1 death. Mo Yuan panicked. You. At this moment he was truly panicking. It should be fear. He was a peak self-release realm powerhouse. In the entire Dao world, no one could kill him in 1 move. No one. But this woman in front of him had done it. Moreover, that sword did not even give him a chance to fight back. What kind of strength was this? Above self-release realm. This woman in front of him was above self-release realm. At this moment, Mo Yuan was truly shocked to the extreme. Heavens, he had actually encountered a powerhouse above self-release realm. However, the other party came from the lower realm. How did she reach above self-release realm? As if he thought of something, Mo Yuan suddenly looked at the plain-dressed woman. You obtained the Dao scripture. You obtained the Dao scripture. You broke through to above self-release realm because of the Dao scripture. The plain-dressed woman did not speak. Mo Yuan was already somewhat deranged. The Great Dao's 50 heavenly evolutions, 49 mortal release realm. You have read the Dao scripture. You have read the Dao scripture, haha. The plain-dressed woman suddenly turned and left. At this moment, Mo Yuan stared at the plain-dressed woman. Did you break through to above self-release realm because of the Dao scripture? Is it? The plain-dressed woman stopped and turned to look at Mo Yuan. No. Mo Yuan roared. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Impossible. Without the Tao scripture, how could you reach above self-release realm? This is absolutely impossible. The plain-dressed woman was expressionless. You are so stupid. After saying that, she turned and left. Mo Yuan. At this moment, the black and white envoys and that phantom suddenly appeared in front of the plain-dressed woman. At this moment, the three of them were somewhat stunned. What was going on? Why was their family head about to die? At this moment, Mo Yuan quickly roared. Let her go! Let her go! The three of them looked at each other. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman suddenly said, I will not leave for now. Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman looked back at Mo Yuan. It was you who asked me to come. After saying that, she pointed a finger at the three of them. A ray of sword light appeared. The moment they saw this strand of sword light, the faces of the three people changed dramatically. They wanted to resist, but just as they had this thought in their minds, their heads had already flown off. The three of them were instantly killed. One sword strike killed 3 self-release realms. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan in the distance was petrified. This sword strike instantly killed 3 self-release realms. Mo Yuan's mind went blank. As for the three of them, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They had died just like that. Especially the phantom. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. What did he just invite back? Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman and said with a trembling voice, Leave, please. I beg you. The plain-dressed woman shook her head. I'm not leaving. Hearing this, Mo Yuan's expression instantly became fierce. I invite the ancestor. Summon the ancestor. Bang! A powerful aura suddenly rushed into the sky from the demonic path hall. P.S. May everything be well. Chapter 1202. Summon the ancestor. This was Mo Yuan's final trump card. He'd wanted to ask the woman to leave, but it seemed that she didn't intend to leave. She wanted to annihilate the demon Tao family. At this time, Mo Yuan could only summon the ancestor. Could the ancestor of the demon Tao family resist this woman? He didn't know. All he knew was that he had no other way. All he knew was that the demon Tao family had fallen this time. If the ancestor of the demon Tao family couldn't resist this woman, then the demon Tao family would be finished. The plain-dressed woman walked out of the demonic path grand hall. She looked up into the horizon. In the horizon, there was a black light, and within that black light, a figure gradually condensed. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear within the black light. The middle-aged man wore black robes and had long hair that hung down his shoulders. He emanated an extremely formidable aura, and when he appeared, all the experts of the demon Tao family knelt to the ground. Bloodline suppression. At this moment, all the experts of the demon Tao family were incomparably shocked. Is this the true appearance of the bloodline of the demon Tao? Mo Yuan, who hadn't completely vanished, was shocked as well. Is this the limit of the bloodline of the demon Tao? He seemed to have thought of something, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. The bloodline of the demon Tao was so formidable that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for future generations to surpass it. However, this was still a good thing. Since the ancestor was so strong, he should be able to deal with this woman, right? In the sky, the ancestor of the demon Tao family had a blank look in his eyes. But gradually, that blank look became clear. He looked down at Mo Yuan, and he frowned when he saw the state of Mo Yuan. He turned to look at the woman in a simple dress. Her expression was calm, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in her eyes. When the ancestor of the demon Tao family saw her, his expression instantly became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said in a low voice, Do you have some enmity with my demon Tao family? The woman shook her head. No. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Then why did you annihilate my demon Tao family? The woman looked at the middle-aged man. It was you who invited me here. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he looked at Mo Yuan in the distance. Mo Yuan had an extremely bitter expression on his face. We underestimated her. The middle-aged man understood when he heard this. The demon Tao family had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. and then he looked at the woman. What do you intend to do now? The woman looked at him. All must die. They all had to die. The moment his voice fell, a wisp of sword light pierced through the surroundings. In an instant, the powerhouses of the demonic path families died one after another. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Can you give me some face? The plainly dressed woman looked straight at the middle-aged man. Who do you think you are? The middle-aged man suddenly clenched his right fist, and he was just about to attack when a strand of sword light pierced the center of his forehead. Boom! The middle-aged man disappeared. Instant kill. Mo Yuan's face instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Even their ancestor was killed in a second. Mo Yuan looked at the plain-dressed woman and said with a trembling voice, You. The plain-dressed woman didn't speak. She walked away into the distance, and all around the demonic path Great Hall, heads kept flying into the sky. Seeing this, Mo Yuan was horrified. He knew that this woman really wanted to exterminate the entire demon path family. Mo Yuan suddenly looked at the plain-dressed woman and roared, My demonic path family's young miss has already married your big brother. The woman in the plain dress stopped in her tracks. She looked at Mo Yuan and said, Didn't you disagree? Mo Yuan quickly said in a trembling voice, I agree. I completely agree. From this moment onward, the patriarch of my demon path family is Demon Xiao Dao, the one who married your big brother. She is Demon Xiao Dao. The plain-dressed woman fell silent. Mo Yuan hurriedly said, Your big brother can be considered half a member of my demon path family. The plain-dressed woman gently closed her fingers. In an instant, the strand of sword light in the distance vanished. Mo Yuan instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. The plain-dressed woman turned around and walked away. I'll give face to my big brother. As soon as she finished speaking, she'd vanished into the starry sky. Mo Yuan had an extremely bitter expression on his face. He didn't even give face to the ancestor of the demon path family, but he gave face to her big brother, Yi Xian. Mo Yuan seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards an old man standing not too far away. This old man was the last self-release realm expert of the demon path family. The target of that strand of sword light just now had actually been this self-release realm expert. This time, the entire demon path family had lost 6 self-release realm experts. It could be said that the entire family had been wiped out. Mo Yuan looked at the old man and said, Elder Mo Zhong, in at most a quarter of an hour, I will completely vanish. You must remember every word I say next. This is related to the future of our demon path family. Mo Zhong nodded. The patriarch has spoken. Mo Yuan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. That woman's strength has already surpassed the entire Dao world. But I can see that she cares deeply about her big brother, that Yi Xian. After I die, immediately send someone to receive Demon Xiao Dao, and have her come back to preside over the overall situation. She has a close relationship with that Yi Xian. We must use Yi Xian's strength to revitalize the demon path family. Mo Zhong nodded. Alright. Mo Yuan said. 6 self-release realm experts of the demon path family have fallen. We are no longer a large family of the Dao world. At this time, it is very likely that we will be swallowed up by others. So what happens next is very important. You must listen carefully and do as I say. Mo Zhong said solemnly. Sect Master, please speak. Mo Yuan looked up at the ends of the starry sky and said, The demon path family has lost 6 self-release realm experts. This matter will quickly spread throughout the Dao world. And in at most a quarter of an hour, an expert will forcefully enter our territory. At that time, tell the outside world that my demon path family has found the whereabouts of the Dao scripture, and that Dao scripture is in Yi Xian's possession. Once the Dao scripture appears, those people of the Dao world won't care about our demon path family. Shift the firepower. Mo Zhong hesitated for a moment and said, But in that way, we will be shifting our hatred onto Yi Xian. That woman just now, Mo Yuan said softly. There is such an expert behind Yi Xian. If those people target Yi Xian, what do you think will happen to them? Mo Zhong, Mo Yuan said. In order to prevent the imperial clans from swallowing up our demon path family, you must bring back Demon Xiao Dao. You can tell the outside world that Yi Xian has married Demon Xiao Dao. The imperial clans will definitely not be able to tolerate this. Even if it is for the sake of face, they will definitely target Yi Xian. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. We must direct all our hatred onto Yi Xian. Only then can our demon path family survive. Mo Zhong hesitated for a moment and then said, but in that way, Yi Xian and that senior. Mo Yuan said softly, I know what you are worried about. Are you afraid that she will be disgusted by what we do? Mo Zhong nodded. Mo Yuan looked at the end of the horizon. An expert like her doesn't care whether others plot against her or not. As for Yi Xian, I am already a dead man. I can't care so much anymore. In the five-dimensional universe, Yi Xian. At this time, Mo Yuan said, if someone asks you who killed us, you say it was a mysterious expert. If they ask you what realm the other party is at, you say he is at most at the self-release realm. However, because the other party is a swordsman, he is extremely powerful. Moreover, the other party is so powerful because he has read the Tao scripture. In short, you must make them feel that they can defeat that plain-dressed woman. Moreover, the reason she left was because she was heavily injured after fighting 6 self-release realm experts by herself. That's why she left. Understand? Mo Zhong nodded. Understood. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. Mo Yuan looked at that powerful aura, and his body became completely illusory. Mo Yuan said softly, what kind of sin has my demon Dao family committed? Tendo. It's that 5th dimension Tendo. We have been tricked by her. 5th dimension Tendo. When he said these words, Mo Yuan's eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. What did the 5th dimension Tendo say? She and the plain-dressed woman were evenly matched? Evenly matched. He even said that if the demon Dao family had any dissatisfaction, they could go to the plain-dressed woman for an explanation. What kind of human speech was that? Was this even human? Was there anyone who tricked people like this? Soon, Mo Yuan disappeared with endless unwillingness. His soul was completely destroyed. The plain-dressed woman did not hold back with that sword. So Mo Yuan had completely disappeared from this world. Just because of the words of the 5th dimension Tendo, the super overlords that had existed in the Tao world for countless years were almost completely wiped out. Without the support of self-release realm experts, the current demon Dao family would decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, if they were not careful, they might be eaten up by others. Because this world was very realistic. In the eyes of others, the demon Dao family was a piece of juicy meat. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. It was the Emperor family patriarch, Di Linyuan. Di Linyuan looked around and frowned. Then he looked at Mo Zhong not far away. What's going on? At this moment, his heart was incomparably solemn. The demon Dao family had lost a 6th dimension self-release realm expert. Did this mean that a super expert that surpassed the self-release realm had appeared? Mo Zhong looked at Di Linyuan and said solemnly, we have found the whereabouts of the Tao scripture. Tao scripture. Hearing this, the demon Dao family patriarch's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Mo Zhong and stared at Mo Zhong. Tao scripture? Are you joking? Mo Zhong shook his head. Emperor family patriarch, do you think I have the mood to joke with you right now? Di Linyuan looked at Mo Zhong. I want to know everything. Mo Zhong nodded. He began to tell Di Linyuan what Mo Yuan had told him. After a long time, Di Linyuan turned to look at the horizon. The plain-dressed woman who has seen the Tao scripture. Interesting. His eyes flickered with excitement. Chapter 1203. Tao Scripture. At that moment, Di Linyuan was also excited. He was pleasantly surprised. Just like when Mo Yuan had first heard about the Tao Scripture. Tao Scripture. This was something that all self-release realm experts could not refuse. It could be said that the Tao Scripture was the hope of all self-release realm experts. All these years, the imperial family patriarchs have been searching for Yi Qingji, but there was no news. Now Yi Qingji had appeared. Di Linyuan suddenly smiled. Heaven is helping me. After saying that, he disappeared. At that moment, he was no longer in the mood to care about the Demon Dao family. Soon the matter of the Demon Dao family spread throughout the Dao world. Then, when the whereabouts of the Dao scripture were spread, the entire Dao world was boiling. Dao scripture. The Dao scripture had actually appeared. That was the supreme divine item of the Dao world. However, when many people learned that the Dao scripture was in the five-dimensional universe, they immediately felt despair. They could not even go down to the six-dimensional universe, let alone the five-dimensional universe. The cosmos barrier wasn't a joke. Only some superpowers could use some special methods to go down. Ordinary people did not have that ability. In the Dao world there were 5 major powers: the Divine Court, the Imperial Family, the Immortal Pavilion, the Dao Village, and the former Demon Dao family. Of course, there were only 4 major powers left. The moment they learned of the whereabouts of the Dao scripture, the 4 major powers suddenly ordered all the experts outside to be recalled. A Dao scripture caused the entire calm Dao world to boil up. In the 6-dimensional universe, on this day, the One Hall Master once again came to the Tendo's residence. The 6-dimensional Tendo was still playing the guqin, reading books and raising fish. This was the 6-dimensional Tendo's daily routine. She was living a carefree life. In the pavilion, the One Hall Master said in a deep voice, I received news that the Dao world's legendary divine item, the Dao scripture, might be in Yi Xian's study. Dao scripture. The 6-dimensional Tendo, who was playing the guqin, stopped and looked at Wen Zhaohua. Are you sure? Wen Zhaohua nodded. It should be true. The reason that woman is so powerful might be related to the Dao scripture. The 6-dimensional Tendo shook her head. No. Wen Zhaohua looked at the 6-dimensional Tendo. What do you mean? The 6th dimension Tendo said softly. That woman's strength might be due to herself. This is what I feel. Wen Zhaohua said solemnly. Without the scripture, she would never have reached that level. The 6th dimension Tendo looked at Wen Zhaohua. We can't achieve it, but it doesn't mean others can't. Wen Zhaohua was silent. The 6th dimension Tendo asked again. What are your plans? Wen Zhaohua said in a deep voice. Many people are ready to make a move. The 6th dimension Tendo shook his head. Don't move anything. The strength of that woman is beyond our imagination. Wen Zhaohua nodded. I know, but the temptation of that scripture is too great. The 6th dimension Tendo nodded. Restrain our own people. As for others, try to persuade them if you can. If you really can't, just let them be. Wen Zhaohua nodded. All right. The 6th dimension Tendo said. Also, inform Yi Xian and let him know his current situation. Wen Zhaohua hesitated and said, I think it's better if we don't interfere. The 6th dimension Tendo shook his head. We have already formed a good karma with him. We can expand this good karma. As she said this, she looked at Wen Zhaohua. Zhaohua, I have seen that woman. That woman's strength has already exceeded my understanding. I don't believe that a scripture can make a person so strong. Even if she became so strong because of the scripture, she is not someone we can provoke. Wen Zhaohua smiled. Don't worry. When she almost destroyed my United Hall, I knew that we were not her match. The 6th dimension Tendo nodded. Those who have not seen that woman personally would not know how terrifying that woman is. Another point was that she saw disregard in that woman's eyes. Disregard for life. If it wasn't for that Yi Xian in the lower realm, that woman might have really destroyed the 6th dimension with one sword. She didn't seem to be joking. At this time, Wen Zhaohua suddenly said, The ancient temple seems to be moving too. The ancient temple. The 6th dimension Tendo turned her head and looked, saying softly, I don't care. I can't do anything. Wen Zhaohua nodded. They couldn't afford to offend Yi Xian. They also didn't want to provoke this ancient temple. As for this Dao world, they didn't want to provoke it. Now they only wanted to protect themselves. At this time, the 6th dimension Tendo suddenly got up and left. I'm going to find someone. After saying this, she disappeared. In the pavilion, Wen Zhaohua sighed softly. One wave hasn't even subsided, and another wave rises. The 6th dimension Tendo came to a starry sky. She walked to the front of a cosmic barrier. After passing through it, she reached the fifth dimension. The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice, "Are you there?" At this time, a voice came from outside. "Are you looking for me?" The person who spoke was the fifth dimension Tendo Munyinyin. At this moment, Munyinyin was holding a roasted fish and gnawing on it. The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice, "I received news that the Tao world's supreme divine item, the Tao scripture, might be in Yi Xian's study." The fifth dimension Tendo blinked. "Is that so?" The sixth dimension Tendo was a little surprised. "Aren't you surprised? Also, do you know what the Tao scripture is?" The fifth dimension Tendo giggled. "What is the Tao scripture?" The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice, "You know, right?" The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile, "Just pretend that I know." The sixth dimension Tendo was silent. She suddenly realized that this fifth dimension Tendo was a little mysterious. The fifth dimension Tendo suddenly said, "Do you have any thoughts about the Tao scripture?" The sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. "No. What about you?" The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile, "I don't either." The sixth dimension Tendo was puzzled. "Don't you want that Tao scripture?" The fifth dimension Tendo smiled and said, "That Tao scripture belongs to someone else. Why would I want it?" The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice, "They have discovered that the Tao scripture is in your fifth dimension. You might be in danger." The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile, "It's fine." The sixth dimension Tendo was a little curious. "Aren't you worried at all?" The fifth dimension Tendo blinked her eyes. "Worried about what?" The sixth dimension Tendo said in a deep voice, "The Tao world and the ancient temple will target Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian is in the fifth dimension. Those people have the ability to destroy the fifth dimension." The fifth dimension Tendo shook her head and smiled. "It's useless for me to worry. Don't you think so?" After a moment of silence, the sixth dimension Tendo said, "Are you very strong?" The fifth dimension Tendo blinked her eyes. "I'm not strong at all." The sixth dimension Tendo shook her head. "But I feel that you are very strong." The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. "It must be a misconception, haha." The sixth dimension Tendo took a deep look in front of her. "No matter what, take care." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Outside the barrier of the universe, the fifth dimension Tendo gently nibbled on the grilled fish in her hand. Then she shook her head and sighed. "There are really more and more troublesome things. I thought you were going to hide for the rest of your life." At this time, a voice came from behind the fifth dimension Tendo. The fifth dimension Tendo turned around and looked at the speaker. It was the little Taoist. The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile, "I just strolled around." Xiao Dao stared at the fifth dimension Tendo. "What is going to happen?" The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile, "Do you know about the Tao scripture?" Tao scripture. Hearing this, Xiao Dao's expression changed. "Of course I know." At this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Don't tell me that there is a Tao scripture in that study room." The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. "Congratulations, you guessed it right. Xiao Dao." Xiao Dao's expression became extremely grave. Tao scripture. That was what all self-release realm experts pursued. Back then, the strongest expert in the Tao world, Yi Lanting, relied on a remnant page to become the strongest expert in the Tao world. If there was an entire Tao scripture, as if thinking of something, Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo. "The prophet is Yi Qingji who disappeared from the Tao world back then." The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. "It should be." Xiao Dao said in a deep voice. "What about Yi Xian?" The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. "What else can we do? It's nothing." Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo. "Do you know what that Tao scripture means?" Xiao Dao said with a smile. "I know." Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo and did not speak. The fifth dimension Tendo said, "Don't keep thinking about me. Also, something should have happened to your demon Dao family. You must be mentally prepared." Xiao Dao frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" The fifth dimension Tendo said with a smile. "As far as I know, Your demon Dao family might have gone to look for the plain-dressed woman. Xiao Dao's expression froze. Looking for the plain-dressed woman? Had the demon Dao family gone mad? Xiao Dao looked at the fifth dimension Tendo. You were the one who told them to go, right? The fifth dimension Tendo quickly shook his head. I did not do it. I just told them that she is Yi Xian's little sister, and that they should not provoke her. But it seems that your demon Dao family did not listen to me. Xiao Dao sighed softly. Blame the fifth dimension Tendo? They definitely could not be blamed. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the stupidity of the demon Dao family. Looking for the plain-dressed woman? They were really tired of living. The fifth dimension Tendo suddenly said, I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Xiao Dao was stunned. She looked around and could not feel the aura of the fifth dimension Tendo at all. This woman ran away again. After a moment of silence, Xiao Dao sighed softly and turned around to leave. She did not want to care about the matters of the demon Dao family anymore. In the sixth dimension, on top of a sacred mountain, there was a very old temple. No one knew the origin of this temple. On this day, the temple's door, which had been closed for countless years, suddenly opened. Then a woman carrying a bamboo basket walked out. The woman was wearing a cloth hat, monk robes, and a pair of straw sandals. After she walked out of the temple, she turned around and respectfully bowed to the temple. Then, she walked down the mountain. Dao world. Not long after the demon Dao family's incident, the entire Dao world began to frantically search for the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman. Because it was said that the plain-dressed woman had read the Dao scripture and knew the contents of the Dao scripture. Countless forces were frantically searching for the plain-dressed woman. They all hoped that they could be the first to find the plain-dressed woman, who was seriously injured. Seriously injured. It was said that the injury was very serious. P.S. Recently my gums have been swollen and painful. Does anyone have any good medicine to recommend? This is really unbearable. My handsome face is swollen. I can endure the toothache, but I absolutely cannot endure it affecting my handsomeness. Chapter 1204. In truth, the experts of the sixth dimension were still very afraid of the plainly dressed woman. This was a super expert that had killed a sixth dimension self-release realm expert. How terrifying was this kind of person? But there were still many factions that went to search for the plainly dressed woman, because it was said that she had been heavily injured after fighting against the sixth dimension super experts of the Demon Path clan. Heavily injured? One could imagine how heavily injured she would be if she fought against six self-release realm experts. Without a doubt, the plainly dressed woman was definitely very, very weak. Perhaps a half-step self-release realm expert would be able to kill her. In the entire sixth dimension, not only some old factions, but even some small factions were madly searching for the plainly dressed woman. Dao scriptures. That woman had read Dao scriptures. Just as countless experts of the sixth dimension were searching for the plainly dressed woman, the Demon Path clan had quietly disappeared. At the same time, the Demon Path clan's Emojong left the sixth dimension and headed for the fifth dimension. Fifth dimension? Yi Xian didn't know that something big had happened in the sixth dimension. He was cultivating every day and then sparring with Enlanxio, Xiaoqi, and the others. It had to be said that during this period of time, the entire fifth dimension had undergone earth-shattering changes. Because with the help of the spirit of Dark Race and other large factions, more and more talented experts were breaking through. Moreover, the fifth dimension was madly searching for those talented people. In the past, many people had talent, but didn't have the opportunity. Now, Yi Xian had given them this opportunity. As long as you had talent, worked hard enough, and didn't have a bad personality, the fifth dimension would provide you with free cultivation resources. Not only that, there were also countless super experts to guide you. Although the fifth dimension didn't have any self-release realm experts, there were more and more half-step self-release realm experts, especially the origin-shattering realm and void-shattering realms. The overall strength of the fifth dimension couldn't be compared to the past. In a certain void, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. Facing him was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi looked at Yi Xian. The move you used just now is called sword sense? Yi Xian nodded. Xiaoqi said in a low voice, "What is sword sense?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "This is our belief in the sword doctrine." With our belief, Xiaoqi suddenly said, "I understand." Yi Xian, Seven suddenly sheathed his sword. "I need to go into seclusion for a few days. At that time, I will fight you one-on-one." With that she turned around and left. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Understood just like that? I'm not done yet. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. She's very special. Yi Xian turned around and saw that it was Audiobook and Situ. Yi Xian looked at Audiobook. "Senior sister, why do you say that?" Just as Audiobook was about to speak, Situ suddenly said, "She has a trace of reincarnation on her. I think she isn't her." Yi Xian was silent. He understood what Situ meant. However, he didn't want to think too much about it. In his opinion, Xiaoqi was Xiaoqi. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Xian reined in his thoughts and looked at Audiobook. "Speaking of which, senior sister, can you guys defeat a self-release realm expert?" Self-release realm. He knew that the two girls in front of him were only half-step to the peak stage of the self-release tier. Audiobook picked up the wine gourd at her waist and took a big gulp, then said, "If I can't challenge someone of a higher tier, what kind of swordsman is that?" Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. "Senior sister is fierce." As she spoke, she looked at Situ. Situ snickered. "Whether I can defeat a self-release tier or not, I don't know. But I know that I can defeat you." Yi Xian smiled and didn't speak. Not to mention, he really wasn't afraid of Situ, because his cultivation level was already at the Shattering Void tier. And with Xiao Ta, he himself wasn't afraid of a self-release tier elite. Especially Xiao Ta. He hadn't used the power of this thing until now. At this time, Audiobook suddenly said, "You want to take the whole fifth dimension to resist the fifth dimension tribulation?" Yi Xian nodded. "Gather the power of the fifth dimension." Audiobook was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Senior sister, do you have any thoughts?" Audiobook said softly, "If the fifth dimension tribulation really appears, ordinary people won't be able to do anything." Yi Xian said solemnly, "I have an idea." Audiobook and Situ looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "It's just an idea. I don't know if I can be sure. Anyway, when everyone's strength has increased, I'm prepared to give it a try." Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. "Let's wait and see." After saying so, she picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. Yi Xian smiled, and then said, "Senior sister, Miss Situ, I might need your help at that time." These two people before him could be said to be the two strongest people in the fifth dimension, apart from the Tendo. He already knew. As for whether there were any hidden elites in the fifth dimension, he didn't know. Audiobook nodded. "Just call us when there's a fight." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Can you summon your ancestors?" Audiobook looked at Yi Xian. "Why are you asking about this?" Yi Xian smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just asking." Audiobook said, "Grandmaster once left behind an item, but none of us have been able to open it." Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "Can you give it to me?" The two women looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said seriously, "I'm also a descendant of the banished Immortals Island." Audiobook looked at Yi Xian, "And no one can compare to your shamelessness." After saying so, she turned around and left. Situ looked at Yi Xian and said, "It's not shamelessness at all, it's shamelessness. I admire you." After saying so, she also turned around and left. Yi Xian was speechless. On this day, an old man suddenly came to the Tendo pawn shop. This person was Emojong. Xiao Dao looked at Emojong in front of him and did not speak. Emojong quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Missy." Xiao Dao said calmly, "I'm not your Missy." Emojong smiled bitterly and said, "The demonic Dao family is gone." Xiao Dao frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean?" Demon ancestor sighed softly and said, "The family went to find that plain-dressed woman and invited her back to the demonic Dao family." "Fools!" Xiao Dao suddenly shouted angrily and said, "You really are fools. Emojong nodded and said, "This time, our demonic Dao family was extremely stupid." Xiao Dao said solemnly and said, "What was the result?" Emojong said solemnly and said, "Apart from me, all the self-release realm experts were killed. Apart from that, most of the experts in the family were killed by her." Xiao Dao looked at Emojong and said, "Why did they let you go?" Emojong hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The family had agreed to your marriage with Yi Xian, and then he said that Yi Xian is half a member of our demonic Dao family." Xiao Dao's eyes slowly closed. As expected, that woman would only give face to Yi Xian. Besides Yi Xian, that woman would not give face to anyone else. Emojong said in a low voice, "Missy, before the family died, they said that from this moment onwards, you are the family head of the demonic Dao family." Xiao Dao sneered and said, "You want to use me to use that Yi Xian?" Emojong's smile became even more bitter, and he said, "We only hope to survive and preserve a trace of the demonic Dao family's inheritance." As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Dao and said, "Missy, only you can carry the banner of our demonic Dao family's revival." Xiao Dao shook her head, and she said, "I have no relationship with the demonic Dao family anymore." Emojong was anxious in his heart, and he hurriedly said, "Missy, I know you hate the family for treating you like that in the past. It was the family's fault, but now—" As he spoke, he smiled bitterly and said, "Now that the family is like this, if no one carries it, then everyone in the demonic Dao family might die. You should know that the Dao world is crueler than any other place." Xiao Dao said indifferently, "That has nothing to do with me." Emojong hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Missy." Xiao Dao looked at Emojong, and then she said, "I can't save the demonic Dao family." Emojong said bitterly, "If Missy doesn't do anything, then the demonic Dao family will be reduced to a subsidiary family of someone else. At that time, the fate of everyone in the demonic Dao family will be in the hands of someone else." Xiao Dao fell silent. Emojong wanted to say something, but a voice suddenly sounded out from outside the door. "Why is it your demonic Dao family again?" Emojong turned to look, and a man walked in. The person who came was Yi Xian. Emojong glanced at Yi Xian, and he said, "You are?" Xiao Dao suddenly said, "He is Yi Xian." "Yi Xian." Emojong was stunned, and then he hurriedly said, "So it is young Master Yi." "No, it should be young Master Yi." "Young Master." Yi Xian was stunned. "Xiao Dao." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao a little confused. This demonic Dao family called him young master? What was going on? Xiao Dao looked at Emojong. "Don't talk nonsense." Emojong hurriedly said, "I won't talk nonsense. The family has already agreed to the two of you being together. Young Master Yi is my demonic Dao family's young master. This is a fact that no one can change." Yi Xian's expression became a little strange. "Young master? What the hell?" Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Dao suddenly said, "I said I won't care about the demonic Dao family's matters. You can leave." Emojong's expression became a little awkward. He hesitated for a moment, and then he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Young Master Yi, please persuade Miss." Yi Xian smiled. "Persuade her for what? Your demonic Dao family was very unfriendly when they came here before." Emojong said in a deep voice, "They're already dead." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Emojong glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, "Young Master Yi doesn't know what's in that study?" Yi Xian was even more stunned when he heard this. "Do you know what's in that study?" Emojong said in a low voice. Supposedly, the prophet was the Dao world's Yi Qingji, and the number one divine treasure of the Dao world, the Dao scripture, was in that study. The Dao scripture. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. The prophet was that Yi Qingji? Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, "It should be." His ancestor was an extraordinary expert called Yi Lanting. She was extremely strong, and she was publicly acknowledged as the number one expert in the Dao world. She was the first expert to attain the self-release realm. The reason she was able to attain the self-release realm was because of a damaged page of the Dao scripture. He broke through to the self-release realm before the age of 20, so the people of the Dao world believed that the complete Dao scripture was in his hands. Thus, Countless experts joined forces to annihilate the Yi family, but Yi Qingji vanished. As she spoke, she paused for a moment, and then she said, "If the prophet was really Yi Qingji, and if the Tao scripture really is in that study, then I can take responsibility and tell you that those self-release realm experts of the Tao world will fight you to the death." Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 1205. It had to be said that Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Prophet. At this moment, he thought of the karma prophet that the ponytailed woman had told him about. He had 3 great karmas on him. It was clear that the karma prophet had come. In fact, when he came to the 5th dimension, the karma prophet had already started. Yi family. Hearing Xiao Dao's words, Yi Xian roughly understood the situation. Yi Qing knew that this was the true identity of the prophet, and the other party had taken away the 5th dimension treasure, the Tao scripture. Now that the book was in his hands, this meant that the 5th dimension expert definitely believed that the Tao scripture was in his hands. However, whether the book had the Tao scripture or not, he really did not know. Of course, the main problem now was that he had one more enemy: all the self-release realm experts in the entire Tao world. Yi Xian shook his head. Was he really a person condemned by heaven? He had not even left the 5th dimension, and he already had another group of super experts as enemies. Xiao Dao suddenly said, "You seem to be very vexed." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Dao. "What do you think?" Xiao Dao said calmly, "I'll tell you a piece of good news. They believe that the plain-dressed woman has seen the Tao scripture. They are now searching for her all over the world." Yi Xian. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. "Are you happy now?" Yi Xian said gravely. "Will she be in danger?" Xiao Dao did not speak, but Mo Zhong suddenly said with a bitter smile, "What is young Master Yi saying? How could that senior be in danger?" He had personally seen the terrifying strength of the plain-dressed woman. Killing self-release realm experts was like killing chickens. Even the ancestor of the demonic path clan had not been able to block her sword. Would she be in danger? The Tao world should be in danger. Xiao Dao also said, "Rather than worrying about her, you should worry more about yourself. When they realize how terrifying she is, they will wake up. When they wake up, who do you think they will look for?" Yi Xian pointed at himself. "Me." Xiao Dao nodded. "Congratulations, you got it right." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's do it then." Now he had come to terms with it. There were a lot of enemies anyway, so a few more wouldn't make a difference. There was no need to worry about too many debts. In any case, he would not pay them back. There was nothing to be afraid of having too many enemies. After all, they might not be able to defeat them. At this time, Xiao Dao suddenly looked at Mo Zhong. "How many powerhouses do the demonic path families have left?" Mo Zhong said solemnly, "I am the only self-release realm. Other than me, there should be around 30, who are half a step into self-release realm. There should be around a few hundred returning to origin-breaking realm. The reason there were so many left was naturally because the simple dressed woman didn't slaughter them. In addition, there was another reason, and that was that not all the powerhouses of the demonic path families were in the demonic path main hall. A large portion of them were outside. If they were all in the demonic path grand hall, and this plainly dressed woman didn't show any mercy, then the entire demonic path family clan would be exterminated. Hearing Mo Zhong's words, Yi Xian's eyelids jumped up. This demonic path family clan was a bit terrifying. Soon his face darkened. If a Fiend Dao family was already so terrifying, would the other forces in the Dao world be inferior? Damn it! Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but burn with anger. Although he didn't leave the 5th dimension, his enemies would come. Not far away, Xiao Dao's face was a little gloomy. Although the core strength of the demonic path families hadn't been lost, without a high-level self-release realm powerhouse suppressing them, it didn't matter how many core strengths they had. In the Dao world, the number of self-release realm experts determined a family's status. But now the demonic path families no longer had any status. Xiao Dao glanced at Yi Xian before turning to look at Mo Zhong. As the head of the family, will anyone listen to me? Mo Zhong hurriedly said, Of course. Don't worry, young Mississippi. If anyone in the family dares to object, the old man will personally twist off their head. It could be said that the current demon Xiao Dao was the only hope of the demon Dao families. Xiao Dao nodded. Good. From now on, I am the patriarch of the demon Dao families. Mo Zhong instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. At the beginning, he had truly been afraid. If Xiao Dao didn't take over the demon Dao families, then the demon Dao families could only become the subsidiary families of others, because only in this way could the demon Dao families survive. But if they did that, then it would be difficult for the demon Dao families to rise again. If they became the subsidiary families of others, then they would be suppressed in secret. Because this was what the demon Dao families did. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. I want the demon Dao families to join the Fifth Dimension Alliance. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Are you sure? Xiao Dao nodded. Mo Zhong wanted to say something but hesitated. At this time, Xiao Dao looked at him and sent him a voice transmission. The greatest backing of the Fifth Dimension Alliance is that woman. Mo Zhong hurriedly nodded. Good. If our demon Dao families can join the Fifth Dimension Alliance, then that would be our honor. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Xiao Dao, don't blame me for not reminding you. As you said before, my enemies might come from the entire Dao world. If you and I form an alliance, then your demon Dao families. Little Daoist looked at Yi Xian. I have a selfish motive. That is, we are in an alliance. However, we will not announce it to the public. However, the demon clan will do everything they can to help you in secret. Whether it is facing the experts of the Dao world, or when you go to the Dao world in the future, we will always stand by your side. What do you think? Yi Xian nodded. All right. Having a demon Dao family join them was naturally an extremely good thing for the Fifth Dimension Alliance. Xiao Dao nodded. Then I will return to the Dao world with him. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly pointed with his fingers, and a white jade bottle appeared in front of Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian. What is this? Yi Xian smiled. This is my blood. Perhaps it will be useful to you. Xiao Dao looked at Yi Xian, and then opened the white jade bottle. When he saw the blood, Mo Zhong's complexion immediately changed. At this moment, he was incomparably shocked. Bloodline power. The bloodline power of his demon Dao family was extraordinary. It could be said that in the entire Dao world, only the bloodline of the emperor clans could suppress them. But at this moment, when he saw Yi Xian's bloodline, he could see how extraordinary it was. Yi Xian's bloodline power was even more tyrannical and formidable than the bloodline of his demon Dao family. Mo Zhong deeply looked at Yi Xian. Was this fellow the reincarnation of some almighty? Even if he wasn't the reincarnation of some almighty, his ancestor must have been an extremely terrifying super almighty. Xiao Dao put away the white jade bottle and then said, Goodbye. After saying that, she looked at Mo Zhong. Let's go. Mo Zhong nodded. He looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Son-in-law, take care. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Dao shook her head slightly and didn't explain anything. She didn't want to explain either. She knew that she had to rely on Yi Xian to suppress all the people from the demon Dao family. Soon, Xiao Dao and Mo Zhong disappeared from the pawn shop. In the pawn shop, Yi Xian looked at the scene and suddenly sighed. He was still somewhat reluctant to part with Xiao Dao. He really treated her as a very good friend. At this moment, he thought of many people. Dao world. Fifth dimension tribulation. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the burden on his body was very heavy. When Xiao Dao and Mo Zhong arrived at a starry sky, a woman suddenly blocked in front of them. Tendo. Mo Zhong looked at Tendo, his eyes filled with wariness. Tendo took out a stick of Tonghulu and licked it. Then she looked at Xiao Dao. You're going to be the patriarch? Xiao Dao calmly said, Yes. Tiandao laughed and said, Do you hate me? Xiao Dao was silent. It had to be said that the demon Dao family's current situation was greatly related to this woman. Was this woman a demon? She instigated others to find this plain-dressed woman. And the demon Dao family still went to find her. Ai. Xiao Dao shook her head. Why would I hate you? She didn't have the qualifications to blame Tendo. This was completely the Demon Dao family's fault. Tendo smiled. It's not a good time for you to go back now. Xiao Dao spoke in a low voice. I'll go back and manage the Demon Dao family. It'll be of help to him. Mo Zhong's eyelids twitched. Why does my young miss seem to be siding with an outsider? Heavenly Dao laughed and said, You're right. As she spoke, she blinked and said, I've calculated with my fingers. You'll have a difficult time going to the Dao world. I have a plan that can keep you safe. Do you want to hear it? Xiao Dao looked at Tendo. What are you trying to say? Tendo smiled. I've calculated what's going to happen next. Didn't you run away from your marriage? Do you think that the imperial family will let you go? They won't. Especially when your Demon Dao family is weak now. So, once you go up there, the man from the imperial family, who wants to marry you, will definitely come looking for you. He'll definitely cause trouble for you because of face. You and your Demon Dao family are completely unable to resist him, right? Xiao Dao's face sank. Mo Zhong's face was extremely gloomy as well. He'd almost forgotten about this matter. Xiao Dao suddenly said, What plan? Tendo said seriously, This plan is to use a man's so-called pride to divert his hatred. Xiao Dao frowned. What do you mean? Tendo said seriously, If he comes looking for you, tell him that Yi Xian is very outstanding, very, very outstanding, and he's the #1 person in the younger generation. As she spoke, she licked the candied fruit and continued, So long as you say that, if he's a person with strength and intelligence, he'll definitely want to compete with Yi Xian and defeat Yi Xian with his own hands. Then, he'll come looking for you and tell you that your judgment is really bad. If he's an idiot, he'll definitely charge down and kill Yi Xian immediately. In any case, no matter what, he'll only come looking for Yi Xian. Because a man can't stand a woman talking about how outstanding another man is in front of him. He'll prove to you that he's better than Yi Xian. So he'll definitely come looking for Yi Xian. This way, your troubles will be temporarily resolved. Mo Zhong. Xiao Dao looked at Tendo and didn't say anything. Tendo continued. After you go up, if you don't want the Demon Dao family to have more troubles, you have to tell those self-release experts that the Dao scripture is indeed in Yi Xian's hands. Moreover, Yi Xian is about to break through to self-release. If they don't come looking for Yi Xian quickly, Yi Xian will become invincible with the help of the Dao scripture. This way, they won't have the mood to care about your Demon Dao family, and you can lead the Demon Dao family to recover. Xiao Dao said in a low voice, Is it really good to treat him like this? Tendo blinked, feeling sorry for him. Xiao Dao. Tendo smiled and said, Don't feel sorry for him. His life is very tough. It's hard for him to die under normal circumstances. Yi Xian. Xiao Dao suddenly walked in front of Tendo and hugged Tendo. She whispered into Tendo's ear, Big sister, there are many times when I feel that you're even scarier than the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman doesn't play tricks when she kills, but when you kill, you play tricks. P.S. I recommend a book written by Zongheng Great God, Glorious Sun and Moon. It's in Zongheng. Those who like history, you can take a look. You definitely won't be disappointed. After growing wisdom teeth, I've been in so much pain for the past 2 days that I feel dizzy. Writing 2 chapters in 2 days. I really can't take it anymore. I'm going to the hospital to have my teeth pulled out. Chapter 1206. Playing dirty. Xiao Dao was a little afraid of the Tendo in front of her, but she knew that this woman had no intention of harming her. Otherwise, she would have been long gone. Thinking of this, Xiao Dao said, Thank you for your guidance and help, thank you. After saying that, she and Mo Zhong disappeared into the starry sky. In the field, the 5th dimension Tendo licked her sugar-coated haws and shook her head with a smile. At this time, a voice came from beside her. Are you helping her? The 5th dimension Tendo rolled her eyes. Am I that bad in your heart? The voice said softly. You were before. The 5th dimension Tendo. The voice said again. There is one thing I don't understand. You want this universe to survive, but why don't you hide in the dark and let Yi Xian fight to the death with those experts? The fifth dimension, Tendo said with a smile. Because those people are likely to destroy the entire fifth dimension. The voice said in a deep voice. If you take action, can you stop them from destroying the fifth dimension? The fifth dimension, Tendo shook her head with a smile. You don't understand. The voice said. That's why I asked. The fifth dimension, Tendo said with a smile. Yi Xian is someone from the fifth dimension. He has no evil intentions towards this universe. Based on this, I should stand on his side, understand? The voice said again. But I feel that you are not completely on his side. The fifth dimension, Tendo said with a smile. People's hearts are fickle. However, I don't think this guy will change so easily. Although he is very slippery, his temperament is still very good. As she said that, she looked up at the depths of the starry sky. That woman is going to deal with more powerful people. The current her has no time to care about him. Without her suppression, this universe is really a bit dangerous. Especially Yi Xian, that troublemaker. The voice said. You can let him leave the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension, Tendo shook her head. He is the person I chose. I can't let him leave like this. The voice asked again. Why don't you do what you want to do yourself? Tendo shook his head helplessly. I've thought about it before, but you've seen it for yourself. Those people always think that I'm harming them, and they want to defy the heavens at every turn. To be honest, I have never done anything to let down the common people in my life. There were also some people who were even funnier, saying that the Tendo was heartless. Please, it was their own sin. Yet they were blaming me for being heartless. Was there still any law? Was there any justice in this world? Also, when some people encounter difficulties, they like to say that fate is unfair. The heavens are unfair. Actually, I really want to say to them, screw your grandmother. I don't even know you. What does your miserable fate have to do with me? You're blaming me for your own problems. With that said, she shook her head again. Really, it's too difficult for me. The voice. Tendo licked the Tong Halu and continued. I remember there was a person in the past who said something that made countless human cultivators boil. He said, if people don't obey me, I'll kill them. If the heavens don't kill me, I'll slaughter the heavens. The voice said. And then? Tendo said indifferently. I sent a bolt of divine lightning to him. Then he couldn't resist it and turned into ashes. The voice. Tendo shook her head and sighed. Many humans have a bad temper and are very arrogant, but they don't have the strength. If they don't have the strength, can't they have a little temper? With that said, she looked to the right. Look at me, when I faced the plain-dressed woman. Didn't I have a temper at all? The voice said in a deep voice. You really can't beat her? Tiandao blinked. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about my abilities? Or do you have some misunderstanding about her strength? The voice said. I think you're very powerful. Tendo smiled. It's just SOSO. The voice said in a deep voice. Even you can't beat that woman. Tendo nodded. I can't beat her. No one in the sixth dimension can beat her. And no one in the Tao world can beat her. Perhaps only the person she is looking for can fight her. The voice said. Who? Tendo said with a light smile. The biggest karma of Yi Xian. The voice said in a deep voice. Is that karma very big? Tendo nodded. Very, very big. If it wasn't for the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man suppressing him, I really don't know what the fate of Yi Xian would be like. He definitely wouldn't die, but his life's fate should be a different scenery. The voice said, You can investigate. Tiandao rolled his eyes. Investigate my A**s. I don't have nothing better to do. However, I'm really a bit curious. The voice urged. Why don't you investigate? Tendo shook her head. There's no point in investigating. Let nature take its course. In fact, the prophet's karma isn't simple. However, he chose the wrong person. No, in terms of karma, he deliberately chose Yi Xian. However, he underestimated the strength of the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man from the lower realm. He couldn't suppress the plain-dressed woman and the green-robed man, so he was suppressed by them. But no matter what, he and Yi Xian. In any case, there's only Yi Xian now, there's no prophet. The voice said. Can you tell me more details? Tendo said with a smile. Samsara has never defeated someone with backing. It's that simple. That voice. Tendo said again. no matter. Although he killed the prophet, the karma of the prophet has fallen on him. Now he's in big trouble. Saying that, she looked around. I have to hide for a while to avoid the limelight. After saying that, she turned around and slipped away. The voice said, You're so powerful. What are you afraid of? Tendo said with a smile, Unless you're invincible, don't let others know how powerful you are. This way, you can always pretend to be weak and eat the tiger. Understand? That voice. After Yi Xian returned to the Wu clan, he went straight to Guan Yin. In the room, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Things might change again. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian. What's wrong? Yi Xian said with a smile, I have some more enemies. Upon hearing that, Guan Yin frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yi Xian told her about the Dao world. Guan Yin's face was gloomy. After a moment of silence, she looked at Yi Xian. Don't tell me you want to hand over the study house? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't hand it over. Upon hearing that, Guan Yin's expression relaxed. Indeed, you can't hand it over. This thing might really be able to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. If you hand it over, many people in the fifth dimension will die. No, at least 99% of them will die. Yi Xian nodded. But the problem now is that the Dao world might come looking for trouble with us. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian. What about her? This her naturally referred to the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, She's in the Dao world. I don't know what she's doing. Also, we can't place all our hopes on her. Guan Yin said, What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, It's impossible for too many experts from the Dao world to come to our fifth dimension. It's the same as the sixth dimension. If they want to come down, they must pass through the barrier of the cosmos. In other words, there won't be many of them. But those that can come down are definitely very strong. At least half-step self-release or first release. Currently, half-step self-release realm experts aren't a threat to us. The greatest threat to us are first release realm experts. First release realm. Guan Yin fell silent. The current fifth dimension didn't even have a single first release realm expert. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. We must have the ability to kill first release realm experts. I have an idea, and that is to construct an array. This array can be used to defend against the fifth dimension tribulation, and can also be used to deal with people outside the fifth dimension. Guan Yin said in a deep voice, Tell me. Yi Xian said, I'll construct a super array, the kind that can gather the power of all the experts in the fifth dimension. Then, I'll be the eye of the array, and gather the power of all living beings. I'll deal with the fifth dimension tribulation, and the super experts outside the fifth dimension. Guan Yin frowned. That's not very realistic. Even with this kind of array, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand. After saying this, she suddenly stopped. Who had the strongest corporeal body in the entire fifth dimension? It was definitely Yi Xian. Yi Xian's corporeal body had already reached a very abnormal level. If there really was such an array, then perhaps only Yi Xian would be able to withstand such a powerful force. Yi Xian looked at Guan Yin. This is the method I thought of to deal with the fifth dimension tribulation. If that study room is useless, then what do we do? Therefore, we must have the ability to resist the fifth dimension tribulation. If we don't use this method, then those ordinary people can only wait for death. Besides, if we don't use this method, then what's the point of all of us becoming stronger? My idea is very simple. All the living beings in the fifth dimension will unite together. If the fifth dimension tribulation comes, then we'll fight it. If the Dao realm comes, then we'll fight the Dao realm. Guan Yin looked at Yi Xian for a moment, then said, Come. Once she finished speaking, a shadow suddenly appeared at the door of the room. Guan Yin said, Send my order. Gather all the array masters and spirit array masters in the fifth dimension. In any case, as long as there are people with special abilities, summon them to Shaman City. Also, notify the leaders of the ancient race, the sacred temple, the Wu clan, the celestial race, and all the other forces to come to Shaman City. Tell them that there's something important to discuss with them. The shadow nodded slightly, then quietly left. Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. Next, we need to consider two things. First, where should we build the array? And second, the supply of spiritual energy. That kind of array will definitely use up a lot of spiritual energy. That's why we must prepare enough spiritual energy. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "We'll build the array in the galaxy. We'll use the galaxy as the array, because I can devour the power of the stars." Guanyin suddenly asked, "Besides devouring the power of the stars, what else can you devour?" Yi Xian said, "Sword energy, aura of death, fire energy, ice energy, wood energy. In any case, I can devour all the power of the 5 elements. I can also devour most of the things that aren't part of the 5 elements." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian, as if she was looking at a monster. Guanyin stopped thinking. "I understand. I'll ask someone to gather all the power of the 5 elements in the galaxy," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "This might be very troublesome and difficult." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "You don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it well. You just need to tell me what to do with the spiritual energy." Yi Xian smiled. "Ask Xiaolinger to help. There are a few spirits following her." Guanyin shook his head. "That's not enough," Yi Xian quickly said. "Then ask her to continue looking for spirits." Guanyin frowned. "Those spirits are not easy to get in touch with." Yi Xian quickly said, "Ask Xiaolinger to fool them. She knows how to fool them." Guanyin. Chapter 1207. Xiaolinger. Guanyin's expression became a bit strange. She also felt a bit of a headache when it came to that Xiaoling. She didn't know where this little fellow learned it from, but he was very strange and had a lot of little tricks up his sleeves, giving her a headache. Yi Xian smiled and said, "The spiritual qi shouldn't be a big problem. The main problem now is the array. To build such a large array is definitely not a simple matter. And this array needs to be strong enough." Guanyin nodded. "Leave this matter to me." Yi Xian glanced at Guanyin and nodded. "All right." Guanyin looked at Yi Xian. "There are 2 more things you need to do now. First, you need to become stronger, at least half-step self-release. If you reach half-step self-release realm experts shouldn't pose any threat to you. Second, I need you to contact the 6th dimension." "Contact the 6th dimension?" Yi Xian asked. "Join forces with them?" Guanyin nodded. "Yes, but I think it might be a bit difficult, because they might not become enemies with the Tao world. To them, the best choice is to wait and see, but you are a bit special, so you can go find them and contact them." If it was anyone else, the 6th dimension would definitely not give them face, but it might give Yi Xian face. Yi Xian thought about it and then nodded. "All right, I'll go now." Guanyin nodded. Yi Xian got up and left. Only Guanyin was left in the room. At this moment, an old man appeared behind Guanyin. A complicated look flashed in Guanyin's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Strictly speaking, she had a grudge with Yi Xian. The Spirit Yin tribe's leader had died tragically, and countless experts had died because of Yi Xian. But she knew that she couldn't take revenge. If she chose to take revenge, even more people would die. Not only was she unable to take revenge, but she also had to help Yi Xian now, because only Yi Xian could lead the spirits of 9 Yin to continue forward. The old man behind Guanyin spoke softly. "Little girl, you're even more suitable to be the patriarch than Guan Sheng." Guanyin shook his head. "Teacher, we have no other choice." The old man nodded. "I know. Actually, we shouldn't have offended this person in the first place. This person's natural talent is too terrifying, especially the person behind him. He isn't someone our Spirit of Yin tribe can afford to offend." Guanyin nodded. "We can only let go of our hatred and fight against the 5th dimension tribulation together with him, as well as the enemies outside the 5th dimension." The old man asked softly, "Can you let it go?" Guanyin shook his head. "I can't let it go, but I can only let it go. I'm worried that the spirits of 9 Yin will disappear." The old man was silent. For now, not to mention the woman in a simple dress, even Yi Xian had the ability to annihilate the entire spirit of Yin. It must be known that the two from the banished immortal island were with Yi Xian. In addition, behind Yi Xian was the super expert from the Templar Arrow sect. Guanyin suddenly stood up. Teacher, help me do something. Summon all the array masters and spirit array masters. They have to come even if they don't want to. The old man nodded and left quietly. Guanyin walked out of the room and looked at the horizon. She took a deep breath and grinned. Since some things couldn't be changed, then she should face them with a smile. After Yi Xian left the Wu clan, he arrived in front of the 6th Cosmos Barrier. On the other side of the Cosmos Barrier was Li Chunfeng, and beside Li Chunfeng was a woman. This woman was Wen Jiarua. Wen Jiarua smiled. Young Master Yi, nice to meet you. Yi Xian smiled. Temple Master Wen, nice to meet you. Wen Jiarua said. Young Master Yi, we have received news that the ancient temple has sent experts to the lower realm. You have to be careful. Yi Xian frowned. Ancient temple? Wen Jiarua nodded. Our 6th dimension is a very mysterious force. It is said that the prophet, no, it should be Yi Qingji, who escaped into the ancient temple from the Tao world, and then escaped from the ancient temple. In short, the prophet has an unclear relationship with the ancient temple. The people they sent must be looking for you. Yi Xian shook his head. The prophet had a lot of troubles. At this moment, Wen Jiarua suddenly said, Young Master Yi, what's the matter? Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Miss Wen, can we join forces? Wen Jiarua was silent. Join forces? To be honest, the 6th dimension didn't want to join forces with Yi Xian. They didn't want to be involved in that vortex, because there was no benefit. They didn't want to offend Yi Xian, but they also didn't want to be enemies with the Tao world. At this moment, Yi Xian said with a smile, Let me put it another way. I want to ask you for some help. Is that okay? The corners of Wen Jiarua's mouth raised slightly. Sure. It was just providing some help and sowing good karma. The 6th dimension was very willing to do that. Wen Jiarua said again, I wonder what help young Master Yi needs. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I need some array masters, spirit array masters and alchemists. I also need blacksmiths. In addition, I also want to borrow some spiritual items and spirit veins from the 6th dimension. Wen Jiarua said with a smile, I wonder what we can get. Yi Xian said with a smile, In the future, if I open the study room and there is a Tao scripture inside, I am willing to share it with Miss Wen. Hearing this, Wen Jiarua's pupils suddenly shrank. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. I'm sure. Tao scripture? He really didn't care much about it. He was a sword cultivator, not a scripture cultivator. As a swordsman, the one he should trust the most was himself. He knew very well that the strength of the plainly dressed woman and the others was definitely not because they cultivated some divine item. If a person was strong because of external things, then he was not truly strong. Moreover, even if this Tao scripture was really heaven-defying, he didn't mind showing it to others. Of course, it was to his friends and those who had helped him. Wen Jiarua looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian said with a smile, Of course, the premise is that it really exists inside. If it really exists, I don't mind sharing it with Miss Wen and the 6th dimension's Tendo. I am a man of my word. Miss Wen said with a smile, Young Master Yi, do you know the value of that Tao scripture? Yi Xian said with a smile, I don't know, and I don't want to know. However, as I said, if the 6th dimension is willing to help me, I can share it with Miss Wen. I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. Wen Jiarua looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, I believe you. After saying that, she turned to look at Li Chunfeng beside her. Make the arrangements. Li Chunfeng nodded slightly and was about to leave when Wen Jiarua suddenly said, Have some people in the Wen Hall leave as well. Li Chunfeng nodded. Understood. Wen Jiarua looked at Yi Xian. I can only provide soft help. Young Master Yi, do you understand what I mean? Yi Xian nodded. Understood. This is enough. Wen Jiarua nodded. Young Master Yi, take care. If there is any news, I will have someone inform you. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Thank you. Wen Jiarua nodded, turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at the cosmic barrier in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he said with a smile, Ancient Temple Tao World. Come, let's have fun together. After saying that, he turned around and left. Sixth Dimension Universe. After Xiao Dao and Mo Zhong returned to the demonic Dao family, Xiao Dao immediately began to reorganize. The current demonic Dao family could be said to be a mess. There were many things that needed her to deal with. On this day, a man suddenly came to the demonic Dao family. This person was the super genius of the Emperor clan Di Yan. He was also the marriage partner of Xiao Dao. Behind Di Yan, there were 3 self-release realm experts. This lineup was enough to destroy the demonic Dao family. In front of the demonic Dao hall, Di Yan sized up Xiao Dao and said with a smile, "Miss Xiao Dao, it seems like you haven't been doing well these past few years." Xiao Dao nodded. "Yes, but I don't regret it. Because I met him." Di Yan narrowed his eyes. "Him?" Xiao Dao looked at Di Yan. "Yi Xian, the number 1 genius of the 5th dimension since ancient times." Number 1 genius. Di Yan was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. His laughter was unbridled. Xiao Dao calmly said, "If you meet him, you will know how weak you are." Di Yan smiled. "Is that so?" Xiao Dao looked straight at Di Yan. Any monstrous genius would be overshadowed in front of him. Mo Zhong's expression was slightly strange when he heard this. "Miss, is it really okay for you to trick the son-in-law like this?" Di Yan laughed. And then he said, "Xiao Dao, I'm really getting more and more interested. This won't do. I have to go see this genius you speak of. I hope he doesn't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon with the 3 self-release realm experts. Xiao Dao fell silent when she saw this. The Tendo had guessed it right again. This woman was simply a demon. As if she'd thought of something, she looked up into the sky and said softly, "I'm sorry." These words were naturally directed at Yi Xian, who was in the 5th dimension. She didn't want to trick Yi Xian, but she noticed that if she didn't use this move, then she might be in great trouble. So she had no choice but to trick Yi Xian. As if he knew what Xiao Dao was thinking, Mo Zhong suddenly smiled and said, "Miss, don't think too much about it. As the young Mrs. Man, it's only natural for the young miss to take care of some things for the young miss. Moreover, the young miss is a sentimental person. If he finds out, he will definitely take the initiative to take care of these things for the young miss." Xiao Dao didn't say anything, but the guilt in her heart grew. Because she wasn't his woman. When she thought up to this point, she couldn't bear to do it. Right at this moment, Mo Zhong suddenly said, "Miss, there's news that someone has found the woman in a plain dress." Xiao Dao frowned slightly. "Who?" Mo Zhong said solemnly, "The Emperor family." Xiao Dao was stunned, and then she said, "Congratulations, they won the grand prize." Mo Zhong was speechless. In the depths of the starry sky, the woman in a plain dress was walking slowly. For some unknown reason, she'd suddenly slowed down. She gazed into the distance, and her gaze was extremely far away. No one knew what she'd seen, but a cold smile had curled up on the corners of her mouth. Her smile was very cold, and the starry sky seemed like an icehouse at this moment. She was very angry. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared not too far away from the woman in a plain dress. It was the patriarch of the Emperor family, Di Linyuan. Di Linyuan had his hands behind his back, and there was a trace of a smile on his face as he gazed at the woman in a plain dress. "I'm probably the first person to find you." The woman withdrew her gaze from the starry sky, and she gazed at Di Linyuan with an expressionless face. Di Linyuan stared fixedly at her. "You've read the Taoist scriptures, right?" The woman didn't speak. Di Linyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you thinking? Are you trying to escape? If that's the case, then I advise you to give up on that stupid idea, because if I'm not wrong, you should be heavily injured right now." Do you think you're a match for me right now? P.S. A fellow once recommended that I put a few Sichuan peppers in my toothache. Do you know how I am right now? Chapter 1208. In the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman was silent, thinking about something. Di Linyuan stared at the plain-dressed woman. "Is the Tao scripture in your hands?" "Tao scripture? In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for a self-release realm expert to appear in a place like the fifth dimension. The woman in front of him had definitely seen the Tao scripture that Yi Qingji had brought down. Tao scripture. Thinking of this Tao scripture, Di Linyuan's patience gradually disappeared. He was already impatient to obtain the Tao scripture. The plain-dressed woman suddenly looked at Di Linyuan. The latter narrowed his eyes. I advise you not to attack. At this time, the plain-dressed woman took a step forward. Chi. In an instant, Di Linyuan's head flew out. One step was one sword was one life. The moment Di Linyuan's head flew out, his eyes widened in disbelief. Dead? He was dead. Di Linyuan was truly stunned. He did not even see how the plain-dressed woman had attacked. What kind of strength was this? Not self-release realm. At this moment, he knew that the woman in front of him was not at the self-release realm. Unfortunately, he knew it too late. Di Linyuan's eyes gradually became hazy. Was this above self-release realm? In this life, he had sought to break through and reach the legendary self-release realm. He wanted to see the scenery above self-release realm. Unfortunately, he had never seen it before, because in the entire history of the Tao world, there had never been a powerhouse above self-release realm. But now he saw it. Above self-release realm was actually this strong. Soon Di Linyuan's eyes lost their color, and the plain-dressed woman had already disappeared into the starry sky. Not long after she disappeared, Di Linyuan's corpse also disappeared without a trace. His soul was destroyed. That sword had directly erased Di Linyuan. No one knew that such a peerless powerhouse had disappeared without a trace. At the end of the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman arrived in front of a cosmic barrier. This was the end of the Tao world. The plain-dressed woman looked at the cosmos barrier in front of her expressionlessly. At this moment, a voice came from beside her. You are the plain-dressed woman that everyone is looking for. The woman in the plain dress didn't turn her head. About 100 feet to her right, there was a little girl standing there. The little girl was about 15 or 16 years old. She had a long braid and wore a white dress that was as white as snow. In her left hand, she held a sheathed saber, looking very cool. The plain-clothed woman did not answer the little girl. The little girl suddenly said, I want to fight with you. The plain-dressed woman looked at the little girl. The little girl raised an eyebrow. Can I? The plainly dressed woman shook her head. No. The little girl frowned. Why? The plainly dressed woman was expressionless. I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. The little girl was stunned, and then she smiled and said, I'm at the self-release realm. A 16-year-old self-release realm. If someone from the Tao world was here, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the person in front of him was Chun Yaoni, who was known as the most monstrous genius in the history of the Tao world. No one had ever done it before. Even the #1 genius of the Tao world, Yi Qingji, was not as good as Chun Yaoni, because when Yi Qingji reached the self-release realm, he was already in his 20s. But she was different. She was only 16 years old. There was a saying in the Tao world. Chun Yaoni was born a demon. The plain-dressed woman didn't say a word. She just stared at the cosmos barrier in front of her. After passing through here, he would be even further away from him. She was still worried. At this time Chun Yaoni said, I can feel that you are much stronger than my grandfather. The plain-clothed woman still did not speak. Just as Chun Yaoni was about to speak, the woman in the plain dress suddenly said, My brother will be here soon. Help me pass a message to him. Chun Yaoni blinked and said, What is it? The plain-dressed woman looked at Chun Yaoni and said, Just say that I'm waiting for him above the clouds. Chun Yaoni said in a low voice, You're so powerful. Why didn't you tell him yourself? The plain-dressed woman said softly, I'm afraid that once I speak to him, I won't be able to bear to leave. This was the reason why she had slowed down during this period of time. She knew that she should let go and let Yi Xian walk his own path. But she was reluctant. In the distance Chun Yaoni nodded. What's your brother's name? The plain-dressed woman said, Yi Xian. Chun Yaoni smiled and said, If he comes here, I'll pass your message to him. As she spoke, she grabbed the blade at her waist and said, I want to fight you. The plain-dressed woman looked at Chun Yaoni and said, You think that self-release realm experts are very strong? Chen Yaoni's brows raised up slightly. Of course. The plain-dressed woman looked at Chen Yaoni and said, You haven't attained self-release. Chen Yaoni frowned. Impossible. I've already attained self-release. The plain-dressed woman suddenly pointed to the right. Chi. A wisp of sword light silently pressed against the space between Chen Yaoni's eyebrows. Chen Yaoni was stunned. The plain-dressed woman did not speak again, as she walked into the distance. The wisp of sword light between Chen Yaoni's eyebrows quietly disappeared. Chen Yaoni suddenly said with a trembling voice, Am I really not at self-release? The plain-dressed woman stopped in her tracks and said, Only by escaping the Tao and becoming that one, can you be called self-release. You are still within the Tao. Chen Yaoni looked at the plain-dressed woman and said, That means that our Tao world's self-release realm experts are all fake. The plain-dressed woman did not speak again, as she walked in front of the cosmos barrier. She gently swiped her finger, and in an instant, the cosmos barrier split apart. Seeing this, Chen Yaoni's expression instantly changed. This was the cosmos barrier. Throughout history, no one had been able to break this unknown cosmos barrier. But now this woman in front of her had done it so easily. The plain-dressed woman walked towards the split cosmos barrier. Meanwhile, an ancient and heavy sigh resounded from within the cosmos barrier. Isn't it good to be alive? The voice seemed to be very close yet very far at the same time. Moreover, it carried an extremely overbearing and penetrating force, so it was impossible to avoid hearing it. The plain-dressed woman glanced at the depths of the cosmos barrier with an expressionless face. Please kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure had vanished within the cosmos barrier. The cosmos barrier healed. Chen Qi's face was covered in bewilderment. She entered just like that. She hesitated for a moment, walked over to the cosmos barrier, and then drew her saber and slashed. This saber strike shook the world. However, when it struck the cosmos barrier, it wasn't damaged at all, whereas Chen Yaoni was blasted 3 kilometers back. Moreover, as soon as she stopped, the space in an area of 30 kilometers behind her collapsed, and a wisp of blood seeped out of her mouth. Chen Yaoni was slightly stunned. Is it so terrifying? But just now, that woman had cut it open so easily. Chen Yaoni looked at her own saber. Was it because her saber wasn't sharp enough? After a long time, Chen Yaoni calmed down. At this moment, she completely believed the plain-dressed woman's words. Self-release realm. Fake. Chen Yaoni looked at the distant cosmos barrier. Barrier. Gradually, a look of determination appeared in her eyes. This cosmos barrier was Chen Yaoni's life goal. Yi Xian. As she thought of this, Chen Yaoni turned around and ran. She had to tell her grandfather that he couldn't provoke that man. The experts of the 5th dimension were still searching for the plain-dressed woman, but no one could find her. It was worth mentioning that the patriarch of the Emperor clan, Di Linyuan, had disappeared. As a result, many people guessed that Di Linyuan had found the plain-dressed woman, killed her, and seized the Tao scripture, demonic Tao hall. Inside the hall, Mo Zhong said in a deep voice, Young miss, Di Linyuan has disappeared. Xiao Dao said softly, He's dead. Mo Zhong nodded. He and Xiao Dao had the same thought. If Di Linyuan had really found the plain-dressed woman, there would only be one result, and that was death. That woman had killed a 6th dimension super self-release realm expert in an instant. How could Di Linyuan be her opponent? Xiao Dao suddenly said, Is there a rumor outside that Di Linyuan has obtained the Tao scripture? Mo Zhong nodded. Yes. Xiao Dao said softly, Send someone out and add fuel to the fire. Say that Di Linyuan has obtained the Tao scripture and is secretly breaking through. Mo Zhong looked at Xiao Dao and nodded. Okay. Once he finished speaking, he was about to leave when Xiao Dao said, Don't let others know that it was us who did it. Mo Zhong nodded. I will personally take care of this. Once he finished speaking, he left. Xiao Dao slowly closed her eyes. You have to speed up. I can only buy you a little bit of time. She knew that what Yi Xian lacked the most was time. Not only did Yi Xian have to deal with the 5th dimension calamity, he also had to deal with the ancient temple. Soon, once the people of the Tao world found out that Di Linyuan had died, and they couldn't find the plain-dressed woman, they would definitely go find Yi Xian. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for Yi Xian. In the fifth dimension, under Guan Yin's call, all the fifth dimension's array masters and spirit array masters came to Shaman City. Not only that, a few array masters and spirit array masters from the sixth dimension also came. There were more than 1,000 people. There was only one goal for these people, and that was to build a super array formation. With Guan Yin's propaganda, everyone knew that the fifth dimension calamity was about to arrive. Under such circumstances, the fifth dimension could be said to be unprecedentedly united. Humans were like this. Most of the time, they were more ruthless than anyone else when it came to killing each other. But most of the time, they were the most united race. Yi Xian did not stay idle either. During this period of time, he had been madly practicing the Tao laws. The World Prison Tower, and the Tao laws in it could be said to be one of his strongest trump cards. He had to practice them well. Besides this, Guan Yin also found many powerful warriors to help Yi Xian strengthen his physical body. In Guan Yin's words, Yi Xian's physical body was not enough, because once the array formation was completed, it had to use Yi Xian as its core. If Yi Xian's core could not handle it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Therefore, Yi Xian's physical body had to be strong enough. It had to help Yi Xian strengthen his physical body. For a period of time, the entire fifth dimension could be said to be very busy. While everyone in the fifth dimension was busy, a woman quietly came to the Tao world. At the exit of the Tao world's cosmic barrier, the cosmic barrier there suddenly split open, and a woman suddenly walked out. The person who came was none other than the fifth dimension's Tendo. The fifth dimension's Tendo looked around and smiled. Tao world, I'm here. Hee hee. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.